We good. And we're back on. This is Henderson, Nevada, home of Cornerstone Park, where we are at the fabulous Jackpot Ultras, the USATF 100-mile road championships. I am Chris Warden. With me is Andy Jones-Wilkins, and we are actually approaching the point in the race where we're going to be seeing these runners finish their day up in a positive fashion. They're going to be, we're going to be getting close to these 100-mile finishers here. Our lead male is Jonah Backstrom, and Jonah has just under 20 miles to go in order to complete his 100-mile run. We'll compare and contrast where he is at with relation to, well, first of all, the race that he ran last year where he finished in 14:10. Mm-hmm. Second of all, in comparison to the age group national record of 14:09. So odds are if he takes one, he's going to take them both at this point. So we're going to be following Jonah as well as the other men in the field. The men's field is 1 and 2 have a sizable lead on the rest of the pack. Jonah Backstrom is at 81.26 miles. Zach Marin is at 78.92. Then there's a bit of a gap for the men's side. Sam Skeels, Pete Kostelnik, and Alex Docta are all at the 70-plus mile mark. But there is a sizable gap at this point in the race between second and third, so it'll be interesting to see Sam, Pete, and Alex jockey for potential podium positions there. On the women's side, we've got Sierra de Groff, who has been leading most of the day. There was a period earlier on where Sierra was dueling with Christina Pham, but Christina's day drew to an early close. And so Sierra does have a fair lead on the rest of the pack at this point. And I've been watching Sierra, and she's been moving well when she's been moving. Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about your observation of her at the aid station, though. I mean, it's worth this. I mean, not.
I want this to be, I guess, in the most positive possible light. I don't want to make it sound like I'm, critiquing in a negative fashion, but Sierra is looking relaxed. She's looking almost too relaxed as she is going through her interactions with her crew and her aid station. I had actually had a quick moment to talk to her while she was with them earlier when I asked her what the specific numbers on her wrist that she had written meant, and she explained that those were her goal times, and one in particular, 15:35 is her 100-mile goal, because that would give her the A standard for Desert Solstice, and we'd love to see her Desert Solstice.
Oh yeah,
but when she's moving at the pace she needs to move. But she also is engaging in full stops when she's with her crew, and it's adding to those loops about another 4 or 5 minutes, and she simply won't be able to maintain a 15:35 finish pace if that's the case. So if you look at her loops, it's
there's
11,
a couple
11, 11, 16, 18,
there's
11,
an 18,
11, 11, 14.
Yeah.
So when she's moving extremely well. Mm-hmm. So she's got it in her, and I noticed that I can't believe it took me this long to know, she's not carrying water.
She's running empty-handed.
Yeah. And like not even carrying gels, because when she was talking to her crew, she was actually, downing a gel while she was talking to them. And I felt like, again, obviously I'm not at her level, but I've seen enough of these races to know that, you really have to kind of keep things moving in one forward motion. As I mentioned, with a runner earlier, when Christina Pham was still in the race, she was still moving forward while, talking with her husband who was crewing her. And like when she dropped something, she didn't take 2 steps backwards to grab it. She just said, I'll get it up. Her reaction was to worry about it on the next loop.
Yeah.
And then, Norm would have it ready for her. But to that end, she is leading, and she's got a few miles on the pack with just over a marathon to go. So she is in good shape in terms of winning the Jackpot Ultras. Now, if she is going to hit her stated goal of 15:35, she's going to have to do some work.
And Lisa Cabiles is racing this like a closer.
Yeah, Lisa Cabiles has made some impressive moves.
She has made some good. I mean, look at some of those. She's been in the 11, 12-minute period for a long time. She's moving. So
she
here,
caught and passed Heather Huggins.
Indeed. Here comes Sierra again through, moving well.
Yeah, like I said, when she is moving, she's moving very well. And
it'll be interesting to see because there's the analysis going down there on crew row, right? There's Lisa's crew checking out Sierra. There's Sierra's crew checking out Lisa. Yes, it's 3 laps right now, but that can close in a hurry. Absolutely. Especially if you're scrubbing time at aid station. So, I mean, Lisa Cabiles has some good pedigree. She's got some good mountain ultra experience. She had a 7:44 in the 50 here in 2021. By the way, just pause. Look at that excellent drone shot there. Coming around that tricky corner. You can see Jean Palmier coming up. He's the gentleman all in blue from Cupertino, California, 59 years old, going for his 18th USATF championship in 15 years, making that turn up onto the road. It's really a wide paved section, but you can see, as I was talking earlier, how well lit the course is. I mean, this is for a road ultra on a road loop. You can't get much better than the Jackpot Ultras here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Thanks, everybody, for bearing with us for the stream change. We're back and would love to hear from you in the chat. This being Aravaipa After Hours. This is the Ask Us Anything segment.
Aravaipa After Dark.
Aravaipa After Dark. It's not After Hours. Aravaipa After Dark. So this is the Ask Us Anything segment, where Chris will be willing to answer any questions that you ask him about his life, his running, and anything else.
We're trying to keep these people awake, not asleep, AJW. If they start asking questions about my life and I'm forced to answer.
So ask us anything. We'd love to engage you in the chat and tell your friends, you know what, we are here through at least the women's podium, which as it stands right now is Sierra DeGroff, Lisa Cabiles, and Heather Huggins, with Sally McRae closing, running well as we know, basically running a training run for the Cocodona 250, where we will be once again behind the microphone for hours. Andrew Glaze is coming through again. He's asking for hugs, which is always a good thing. Justin Cabine asks, would I have been a sub 14-hour flat 100? Nope, my fastest flat 100-miler was at Rocky Raccoon, where I let it all hang out and got a 14:57. So I was a sub 15, but no. Sub 14 is a totally different world. But I love that. Chris, what's your greatest regret in love and relationships?
See, this is what happens.
They're just asking for a regret. I mean, we all have regrets.
Oh, dating, period.
Thanks, Sam, for your question. We are moving
Here,
on.
yeah, I was going to say, here includes the ask us anything.
Yeah. I said ask us anything. I didn't say we would answer with anything more than
That's
one
an
or two
excellent
words.
point.
So.
I did open myself up to it there.
When will the hallucinations begin? Collared shirt commentary. I think this is probably, not likely for the 100-milers. Certainly for the 48-hour folks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely something that happens after that first 24 hours.
Ian Mad Dog Madison has pulled out the polls, so it's game on. He's one of our 8 octogenarians, and he's ready to play now. But, the hallucinations here, I wouldn't want to be hallucinating over at the spillway.
Yeah, it's dark
you
over
just
there.
Veer a little bit to the right, and you could be in with the ducks.
Yeah, it is. There is a section of the course across the way, as you can see on the stream right now. That is a shot from across the lake. A beautiful shot.
Oh, that's
it's still
excellent.
very well lit, and you've got the strip in the background. Again, still, we did the tour of what the strip has to offer over there. But yeah, we're looking at the far side. It is very well lit now. Once you get over to the last, I would say,
Look at
third
the
of a mile.
strip in the back. That's a beautiful sight. By the way, thank you. You deleted it. That's very, very good. Somebody asked about student loan forgiveness, and I was going to say I have 2 kids who graduated from college, so I'm 100% in favor of it. But
yeah,
glad it was deleted.
I think
that's that sharp right-hand turn, and then it's just a beautiful stretch.
Yeah, like we said, most of the park is well lit. There's just one fairly dark.
Kind of that one little dark stretch is sort of right over there.
Yeah, just below the actual main road that you use to access the park.
Yeah. Beautiful drone shot right there. You can see Andrew Glaze, because he's the only one left out there without a shirt.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I mean, you can see other people. I mean, you're wearing a puffy and a
I've got
beanie,
3 layers
and
under this.
I'm wearing a hoodie, and Andrew Glaze is wearing like 3 articles of clothing.
Split shorts, socks, and shoes.
And he's still all smiles too.
Oh yeah, every time he comes through, smiling, laughing, having a good time. This is great, Jamil. Great running along this little. It's more or less a causeway here, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
The rocks built up on both sides. You cross this second bridge, and then there's a slight incline into. And so there we go. There's Lisa. Yep. Hey, Lisa. She's. I don't know. If I were a betting man, Lisa fans out there in the chat, she is happy. She is running a steady clip. She doesn't seem phased. She's aware of her situation. Sierra's got a good lead, but I wouldn't mail it in yet.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen, obviously. I mean, and while you do say that, anything can happen, and, the race is not over. I mean, it is at this point probably Sierra's, at least she is in control of her own destiny as long as she keeps moving. Because, as I said, when she is moving, she's moving very well. The only issue that I had with her was that there was a lot of start-stop, and that made me worried. Like, I want to see her hit that number.
Yeah.
We live stream Solstice, and her stated goal is to get into Solstice. We'd love to have her there.
Yeah, love to have her there.
The stout runners make for a great broadcast,
Oh, yeah,
and
sure.
with the way that her learning curve has progressed, if she's able to go from a, 17, 2-3 months ago to a 15:35.
Right.
Who knows what she could do in another 9 months?
She could be under 14 at Solstice.
That would make things very interesting for a lot of the field. I mean, not many
Or
women.
she could jump into the 24.
That's true too. Well, I mean, did you know? Did you catch that? This is a training race for Badwater for her.
No, I did not.
Yeah, she's running Badwater this year.
Perfect.
So, I mean, she definitely has a
So she
heck
has
of a year ahead of her.
a grand plan, if you will.
Yeah.
Very good. Justin Cabine, the insulative properties of 2-inch splitties are phenomenal. Absolutely. I still have a couple pairs of 2-inch splitties in my closet. I just don't wear them when anybody else is around.
What are 2-inch splitties?
2-inch inseam split shorts.
Oh.
I don't think you have any.
No.
They predated your involvement in the sport.
Yeah. I basically shop from the Courtney DeWalter rack of shorts. So, the longer the inseam, the better. I mean, I wear, not that anybody needed to know, but I wear 9-inch inseam boxer briefs. So, like, they basically, like halfway down my thigh when I'm running.
I mean, you mastered that years ago at the Javelina live stream when you were the Zoom meeting before Zoom was even a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rocking the boxers. So we have
Really, Sam? Come on. Come on, Sam. You're better than that.
Sam, you should know better. You should have kept it with greatest regret in love and relationships.
Yeah, I mean, that was bad enough, but it's just,
We might have to block Sam.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to block in Aravaipa After Dark?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We can block.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Sam, careful. You're on the limit. There's Sally. Woohoo!
Sally's looking good still as well. Sally's moved into fourth place.
And she's moved into fourth place and just jumped over Jean Palmier. Ooh, that must have made him feel bad. Let's see.
Sally's a pretty stout runner.
He's a prideful guy.
Oh, okay.
Yep, Sam, you have to wear shorts at least that long. Okay, good save. Sam saving himself from getting blocked.
All right, let's I'm going to do some
Sierra.
Some mathing
Collared
here.
shirt commentary, Chris or AJW, any running. I'll start. For those of you who don't know, I had hip replacement surgery in my right hip. It was a revision of a surgery I had in 2018 that went wrong. My running goal is to run again. I ran a 12-hour race in Pennsylvania. Had a good race, covered 58 miles in 12 hours, but really felt wrong from that point on. It was October 1st, 2021, and finally found a good surgeon down in Phoenix. There's David Blaylock, by the way, actually moving better than he was a couple hours ago. Found a good surgeon down in Phoenix, worked with him for a while on diagnosing the issue, figuring out the best surgery to go with. There's Sierra coming through again. We ultimately decided to go with ceramic on ceramic. There's Jean Palmier. And so I had hip replacement on February 7th, so I'm 3.5 weeks out from that. And I think in a perfect world, when I go to Western States this year to volunteer, I'll be able to go for a nice, 6-mile run on my favorite section of the Western States course. That would be a running goal for me this year. Moving beyond that, I hope to just come back to my life as a runner and enjoy it for as long as I can. Chris, running goals for you this year?
I've made a couple of ill-advised race entries so far this year. The Mogollon Monster 100 is on my race selection. I talked with you about the idea that I probably need to run at least 1 or 2 more hundreds before I actually get into Western States, as I'm year 5 of the lottery, and it's going to happen. And
right. So when it happens, you have to be ready for it.
Yeah, and not that Western States has a lot in common with Mogollon Monster. I think it's just more like you said. It's more about just getting used to running that far.
Yeah.
So and I've done some fixed time ultras, 100 milers, but obviously that's a different different beast. So
And Mogollon Monster is in September?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. My goal in order to get ready for that is to do 300 miles worth of running on the Mogollon Rim in that area northeast of Phoenix. And my rationale behind that is that if I can get 300 miles or time worth of miles on the rim, then I'll have done everything possible to prepare myself.
Yeah. Which okay,
the spire light, from the Luxor.
You know the strip.
Oh yeah. There's
so again the drone shot.
It's a wonderful shot. As far as like other running goals, I really just want to get back to being more consistent. I mean, a few years ago I had a running streak that hit 550 days, where I was I was considering it a minimum of 5K a day that I either ran or walked. Basically going out and getting at
covered 5K a day on foot.
5. Typically I would get at least a half hour in, by virtue of that. And that wasn't necessarily the greatest idea because it really kind of broke me down. Like, running streaks are not for everybody.
No.
They can really, hurt. And I've been, kind of sideways ever since that in terms of my consistency.
Yeah.
So, I want to get back to being consistent.
Well, you have a great coach in Pete Mortimer.
Yes, I do.
He's going to take care of you and make sure you don't do anything stupid.
He's very
maybe
supportive.
Push you to be a little bit more
out
of your comfort zone.
He likes to make you climb if you're a client. He had me climbing, 8 to 10,000 feet a week in preparing for Hennepin 100. So it's like, if you're running a flat race, he's going to make you climb. If you're running a climbing race, he's going to make you climb. That's why I picked him though, because I knew that he would. He was a miracle worker in helping me get to the finish line of my 100-miler last year.
Absolutely.
On a very limited amount of training time, and I was grateful.
Yes, Justin in the chat, thank you for that. Yes, we understand that Sierra, hey Andrew, a week ago ran a 1:23 half marathon.
And the rock and roll half
at a rock and roll half.
So
yes, indeed. Maybe that was like a little pre jackpot tempo, but man, it shows that a little bit of topping off like that works, and she's moving well. And 3:23, nothing, or 1:23, nothing to shake a stick at.
So in order for Sierra to hit the Desert Solstice A standard, she needs to average about a 10:03 mile the rest of the way and 11:46 pace. And quite frankly, she's not quite there. She's moving at about, like her last lap was an 11:51 loop. And it needs to be down around 11:45, 11:46. And that was one of her faster loops in recent time, as she had a couple that were slower. Like I said, I'm hoping that that she and her crew will have a little bit more of a streamlined process in getting her in and out of their aid.
Well, yeah, and I have to think too. She also wants to win the race.
That's true too. Yes,
and the way Lisa's moving.
And also,
that's not altogether a gimme for.
And here's
Sierra.
another thing: if she is looking to run Desert Solstice, which is the case, you don't stop at Desert Solstice.
No.
Like aid station stops at Desert Solstice are split-second things.
Yeah.
You basically tell your crew what you want for the next loop or 2 loops away, and then the way that everything is dialed in for people there is on another level. Like Desert Solstice is a science experiment for a lot of these people.
It's incredible to see that crew pit there.
Yeah, when you look at a runner like a Nick Curry or a Camille Herron or Nicole Monet,
or this past year, Marissa Lysak.
She's surgical out there.
She practically didn't stop for 154 miles.
Yeah,
Joseph Kujawa asks if you two ever think about doing World's Toughest Mudder.
Nah.
That's a hard no.
Yeah, I did a
Thanks for asking, but no.
I did a Tough Mudder a few years ago, the day before the rock and roll half, and it resulted in my worst rock and roll half in history. My knees and legs were all torn up, but and it was fine. It was fun. I did it, and I have no other desire to do any OCRs
goodness.
after that.
Skizzle Fresh is in the chat. Hello, Lisa's back again already.
Yeah, actually, hey, Jamil, can we pin the results tab to the top again? That's that's a Skizzle Fresh special.
Skizzle Fresh is actually being productive here.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Skizzle.
Jamil is on the production right now.
Yeah, Bryce probably dropped the ball on that, I'm sure.
Bryce is on top of it. That's why things are falling through the cracks.
So let's see if
Thank you, Skylar.
let's see
Jamil's
where
on it.
Jonah is at 83.
There we go. So did Jonah just come through?
It's a little bit ago,
All right.
or just a few moments ago. Yeah. Let's see, 80.
Lisa came through again, and really all the Lisa fans in the chat. She came through optimistic, happy, joyful. She's still 3 laps behind, but anything can happen. I'm going collared shirt. I'm going with Crown King, but I'm a old school apologist. So most underrated Aravaipa race.
Well, I mean, considering Aravaipa or Crown King is my favorite race on
you're
the
gonna
face of the
agree
earth,
on
then I
that
would have
too,
to say
yeah.
Crown King.
All right, so we're both going to go with Crown King. So let's go with our second most underrated Aravaipa race. So it's Crown King. And by the way, registration's still open. Sign up. It's an awesome race. 10-hour cutoff. Beautiful countryside. Great time of year. Beautiful finish line. And if you stick around, an outstanding breakfast. Completely catered and provided by our
Those are the rules.
Chris Ward.
You race for Crown King and stay overnight. I'll cook your breakfast the next morning. It's a tradition.
And he doesn't even eat eggs.
No.
This year there might not be eggs.
Yeah, the price
There
of
might be
eggs.
caviar instead. So, second most underrated Aravaipa race.
I think it's the race that we had just last weekend, Copper Corridor. For those that have not run out in that area of Arizona, it's just an hour east of the Sky Harbor area, and straight on I-60 and Superior, Arizona, is an old mining town that's a little bit rough and rugged around the edges. And the Copper Corridor race is one that runs around Picket Post Mountain on the longer distances, which is a very distinct landmark out to the east of town, and all of the distances, with the exception of the new 5-mile hill climb, run through Arnett Canyon. And Arnett Canyon is this riparian area that doesn't feel like it even belongs in Arizona. Like you forget that you're a mile or an hour from Phoenix when you're down in this water, rushing. You have 8 water crossings this year in the 17K, so basically in a 10-mile race. Yeah, it's
8
a
water
lot.
crossings in 10 miles.
Yeah, in Arizona, it's a lot of fun. Now, some years the creek is dry and it's not as fun, but when the water is flowing and if there's it's so funny because the first couple water crossings you're actually able to rock hop and get around them, but like when I get to those crossings and there's a line of 15 people waiting to tiptoe across rocks, I just plow into the water and just kind of splash my way in and just keep going. Now those people will pass me later within about 4 or 5 minutes because I'm just slow, but at the same time it is kind of fun to kind of blow their mind, and that's for the first couple water crossings because they'll still try it, and then finally when they get down into the canyon they realize on the 4th or 5th water crossing it's just impossible to avoid getting wet.
Yeah.
So
I'm going with Coldwater Rumble. I
I
had a chance to get out there and volunteer this January out in the Estrella Mountain Preserve, and it's just a beautiful setting. It's in January.
Mm-hmm.
The weather can be iffy, but it's multiple loops, multiple distances, long distances between aid stations, beautiful desert landscape. and you just feel like you're out there.
Yeah.
And seeing runners from the start to finish at Coldwater Rumble this year kind of made me want to do it, and that doesn't happen to me very often these days. So I enjoyed that opportunity, and I think you ought to look at both of those races.
There are parts of that
underrated Copper Corridor and Coldwater Rumble.
There are parts of that race that I really like. There are parts of that race I really do not.
The sandy part.
There's a pretty extended stretch of sand that lasts about 2 to 3 miles on the backstretch when you hit that second aid station out there in the desert at the Estrella Mountain Regional Park. But other than that, I mean, some of the climbs are fun and the descents. It's a very runnable course for most people. But there are a couple of neat little ascents, like right out of the gate, you basically climb, up into the Estrellas. Within your first mile, you've gained a few hundred feet, and that's always fun.
Yeah.
But that sand on the backside, I could really just do without.
Honorable mention, I'll go with Mesquite Canyon.
Okay.
Up in the White Tanks, the 50K.
It's coming up next week.
It's got a little bit of everything, and it can bite you.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't have legs when you hit mile 25. You got a lot of work still to do.
Oh yeah, it's again gorgeous area, a bit harder ground. I mean, you're running on some
it's firm ground.
Some firm rocky surfaces there. So, Justin,
Your spring break a couple times.
I did. Yeah, came out for spring break and
Oh.
had a battle with Ian Torrance back in the day. It wasn't the first time. Who knows? Maybe it won't be the last time.
I'd love to see you back out there on that course.
That would be fun.
Justin, with an interesting question that I'm curious about actually, because you are you're a man who has lived in very many
nomad.
places. Yes,
Yeah.
nomad. That's a
Justin, thank you.
wandering Bedouin, perhaps.
I've lived in New York, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Arizona, California, Idaho, Arkansas. There's a reason I moved back to Arizona. We lived here between 96 and 01. 2 of our kids were born here. I fell in love with trail running out here with some of the OGs of the sport like Vince Devlin and Scott Mojalewski and Tom Gentle and Jay Loesch. Best place I've lived and where I'm probably going to die is the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix, Arizona. I love it out here. So that's my spot. I know it's not for everybody. There's traffic. There's a lot of transitional, like people moving, coming and going. It's not L.A. It's not Boulder. It's not Flagstaff. It's not any of those fancy places. But to me, it's home. There's great food there. There's great kind of lifestyle. There's plenty of stuff to do. And, for people who bitch and moan about the heat, I kind of like the heat. It's good for my joints. And if I can get out of town, it's only 2 hours to get up and get cool.
In Flagstaff, yeah, absolutely.
I love it. So that's my spot. But Justin, don't move here. We got enough people. So stay wherever you're at.
I love the desert. I mean, I've only lived in a couple places. I lived in northern Illinois, and I've lived in the Valley of the Sun. I moved out to the Valley of the Sun when I was 27 years old, needing to make a change of a change in my life, and I've loved being out in Arizona, and I love it more every year because I moved out in 2005, and I didn't start running until about 2010, and then I didn't start trail running until about 2012, and from 2012 to 2016 I was trail running, but I kept all of my runs basically in the valley. Like I had never explored running in Flagstaff or on the Mogollon Rim or down in Tucson. And starting in 2017, like maybe late 2016, early 2017 is when I really started to see what was out there. And oh man, like I can't, like talking about going and training on the Mogollon Rim. I can't wait to go up to Pine this summer and hang out for a weekend and go and do some climbs up on the rim and refamiliarize myself with the Mogollon Monster course.
And for me, I left for a job in the Bay Area in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
It was a great job. It fomented my love of Western states, which is like what it's all about in the Bay Area. But I never forgot my roots in the
Yeah.
Valley. And coming back 21 years later, I found a city that still feels kind of, Wild Westy, maybe a little bit more mature. I found Aravaipa, which is just incredible, what Jamil and the team here have done, and a community that's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like if you're a trail runner and you want to be part of a community that's like ready made for you, whether it's the Monday and Wednesday group runs or the 20 or so opportunities you have every year to volunteer or support a race or be in a race.
Oh yeah.
It's incredible.
And to your credit, you immersed yourself in the local trail culture and scene, right when you got to town, even before you got to town. I know that you were really excited about. We talked about it before you had moved, when you were starting to talk about making plans. We first connected obviously prior to having 100 2021.
Yep.
Because you had tentatively been planning to race it out here, and I was excited to interview. Well, first of all, interview AJW, but second of all, interview the highest placing returnee from having
And I
100.
ended up not running it because my hip was jacked up. And by the way, of all the races that I've did not start, Javelina's number one. Like, if I could get back and start and finish Javelina, that would be it. Because, of course, the only other time I did it was the 6.5 Pemberton loops.
Yes.
And
2007.
it's so much. It's in 2007, and it's so much more now. So I'm just thrilled to be here, and it was fun. I mean, it's been so much fun to make my way back into this community.
Mm-hmm.
And while, of course, 21 years, lots happens in 21 years. There's Lisa again. Man, she's moving well. Hasn't put another layer on. You can tell she's moving well. But, while much has changed in the Valley, like the core values of especially the trail running community about the preserving the desert environment, the work that people have done towards preservation, especially in our major regional parks or our preserves, it's remarkable. And that's something I feel very fortunate to be a part of, as I'm entering into whatever you call this phase of life that you enter into when you're in your mid-50s.
Say maybe the Act 2 of the running career.
Exactly.
And I say running career because it just simply in regards to your involvement in, whether you're running, racing, or, commentating, or editorializing,
Well, I feel so welcome. I mean, a lot of it's. I mean, I've known Jamil for a long time.
You are welcome.
Known Jamil's mom. It's part of me.
Yeah.
And that to me is really makes me so happy to be back.
Collared shirt commentary asking what other states Aravaipa will be taking over next. Idaho, New Mexico, Utah. Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean in terms of taking over. I mean, this is the first Nevada race for Aravaipa, which makes it, and actually, you mentioned Utah. Aravaipa's been running the Tushers race in Utah for years. So this would be, it's Arizona, Colorado.
Back on the race for a second.
Yes.
Zach Marin, while still a lap behind, has closed.
Yes.
A couple of minutes. So he is 2 minutes and a lap behind. But that essentially means he's 13, 14 minutes behind.
Jonah had a few laps there where he was a little bit
he had a couple
slower
12s.
on, some 11 and a half to 12 minute loops. And
then he sort of woke up, whereas Zach
at what Zach
has been
doing.
crushing sub 10s,
sub 10 laps, which means about an 8:30
mark.
pace per mile.
So at the risk of derailing our conversation about
how
lovely it is to live in Arizona, I think we have a race.
Zach,
it'll be interesting to get a split on Jonah when he comes through the next time, and how much of a lead, how much of the plus on the lap he has.
I'm gonna actually try and do some.
Go and do your little magic on that. In the meantime, enjoy this drone shot. You're seeing the jester coming against us, giving a little hello to the runner coming towards us. That's on that long straightaway over the causeway.
It looks like he's running to the strip.
Yep. Just beautiful. I mean, look at that's been an impressive last hour and a half for Zach Marin, who has certainly not given up and been moving. And so we've got a couple parallel stories of closers here. Lisa Cabiles is certainly significantly further back of Sierra de Groff than Zach Marin is of Jonah Backstrom, but nonetheless, these are both races. We're talking about there's still 15 plus miles left in the men's race and still 24 miles left in the women's race. Yep, that is Eddie. And by the way, don't fall asleep on Sumner Jones, still rocking the Taylor Swift shirt, still rocking the sleeves, still running like he's in his neighborhood 5K turkey trot.
So Jonah's got about a 12-minute, 40-second lead on Marin, Zach Marin, by my guesstimations at this point.
So we're guesstimating between 12 and 13-minute lead, which with 15 miles to go, more or less, and the way Zach is closing.
Zach is gaining a legitimate
gaining
30
minute per mile.
Yeah, 30 to 60 seconds per lap. Which means
so
that
we'll see how that goes.
That's something we're going to have to really watch closely.
Keep an eye on that because Zach is
about 12 minutes back from Jonah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chris, let's go ahead and do a similar analysis of Sierra and Lisa's last.
Sure.
Sort of their last hour and a half.
Let me see what I can drum up in that regard.
Just to get an idea that Chris, being the numbers guy, will give us all a sense of that. But, just judging body language and attitude coming through
Lisa
here,
looks like she's
we only
loving
see him
it.
every 10 or 11 minutes. But, man, Midwest Misfit, we know in the chat you are a Jonah fan, but I got to tell you, if I were you, I'd stay on the live stream because Zach is not going down without a fight here. Barring any sort of stomach issue, and usually by mile 83 you don't have those, or if you do, you're just stupid.
What would that be? That doesn't seem
There we
right.
go, coming back up the course. Love this.
Huh.
We're getting treated to some incredible drone footage, by the way. This is just great stuff. Now you're looking back. If you're just on the stream, you're looking back up the course through the start-finish. You can see.
Seems like it's pretty well lit, or whichever one you want.
This side over here kind of.
And by the way, Larry Stevens still going strong, and in fact, basically running neck and neck with Jean Palmiere. So for the older gentlemen, at least over 50, those guys are right there with one another. I know Jean was complaining a little while ago, but he's from the Bay Area. Everybody from the Bay Area complains a lot. So that's kind of par for the course. If it's not 72 degrees and beautiful and they can get sushi around every corner, they're going to complain. But gosh, a good race here. It's we had a couple notable drops with Zach Bitter and Christina Pham, but the rest of the folks who've kept going have kept going. And Eric Clifton coming through again, one of my running idols, 64 years old.
My guesstimate is that Sierra still has about a 35 to 38 minute lead.
We're thinking
Lisa.
Sierra still has over a half an hour lead on Lisa, which may be insurmountable with only 25 miles to go. 23 actually in Sierra's case. I mean, by our calculations, Sierra does have a 4-mile lead.
Yeah.
That's a big lead to overcome. Whereas with between Jonah and Zach, we're talking about a mile.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sally McRae plugging along, coming through again, finishing her 61st lap. She's only got 24 to go. One thing nice to see, too, about Sally running today and tonight is she's running happy. She's here to have a good time, to enjoy this event, to have it as a good training run for. That is Alex Docta. Just came through our start-finish. It'll be interesting to see if he leapfrogged Sam Skeels. I don't think so. But he's on the same lap now as Sam. Alex has been steadily moving through the field all day, as Jeremy was. I was sad to see Jeremy. He made a move. He probably made that move too early.
Yeah.
Jeremy Brooks, you noted when we were on before that he looked good, but he looked like he was laboring.
Yeah.
And one of the things about a 1.17 mile loop when you sit at a booth like we've been doing all day is you can see that the runners can't hide the fact that they might be laboring or struggling through a section, and that was clear. Jeremy was making a move. He was up into the top 5, and he's since fallen back. He's going to finish this thing. I'm sure he's going to.
You see, we have a new third-place male right now.
And, wow, Pete Kostelnik leapfrogged both Sam and Alex.
They're all on the same lap.
And they're all on the same lap at 11:48, 11:51, and 11:55. So right now, our men's podium is Backstrom, Marin, and Kostelnik.
So yeah, Pete, Pete's somebody you just can't sleep on, and we've seen him, multiple-time Badwater winner, and a guy who's like run all over the country and back, multiple times,
and is actually planning on running tomorrow. I mean, maybe he's going to the well right now, and he won't run tomorrow. But man, I mean, he's closing on Sierra.
Here comes Zach. Marin.
Okay, so we have Zach Marin.
So he's a loop, and
we're going to get a sense of a loop and how much time he is. He is moving well, no doubt about it. We'll wait for it to update.
A loop plus
a loop
2 minutes.
A loop plus 2.
Yeah, and that would mean that
that's right by your calculations, right? 12, 13 minutes.
Yeah, so I would say that. Yeah, that sounds about right. So he would need what Marin would need to do is basically with 20, or actually with 15, 16 miles to go, would need to probably pull 45 seconds per mile closer
right
to.
I mean, he basically, if Jonah's running 11s, he's going to have to run 10s.
Yes, yeah. And with Jonah's most recent loop, 10:24, Jonah's picked up the pace again.
Someone gave Jonah a heads up.
Someone lit a fire under him.
Someone gave Jonah a heads up, and at the same time, Zach slowed ever so slightly.
Yeah, Zach. Okay, so basically what we're saying is that Jonah is running about a 10:30 lap, whereas Zach is running a 10-minute lap.
Right.
And that's probably going to be just short of what he would need
it's
to do to catch up.
barely enough. It's barely
I would say that it really needs to be 45 to 60
Yeah.
seconds per loop that he needs to make up.
And a lot of it might come down to how much time they scrub up here in aid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Midwest Misfit, you are absolutely right. No doubt Pete can run across countries and things like that. Here he comes
Speak
right
of.
now.
Yeah, here comes
our
Pete.
third place male, Pete
Into your
Kostelnik.
review with the
He's just
bright
getting
blue
warmed
and
up, no
orange
doubt.
Polka kit. Yeah, I actually, I said hi to him as he was going by when I was out walking around the aid station area, and he's in very good spirits. And
I was out walking the dog, and he was like, "Hey, you moved to Phoenix. All right, we got to go for a run sometime." I was like, "Nah, that's okay."
I believe, I believe that he is running this race self-supported, as he
yeah.
does with. I mean, well, for a guy who basically supported himself by pushing a stroller full of his stuff across the United States, if there's anybody that can handle a self-supported 100-miler, it's Pete Kostelnik. So.
All right, we should probably. We'll get an interesting view into the Sierra Lisa.
And Heather Huggins
Here
about
comes Heather.
that's actually Megan Eckert
That's
right
Megan.
there. Yeah. And Megan is in 5th right now. I mean, I don't know how much of a move she's going to be able to make. I mean, she's on that side, the women have a little bit further to go than the men at this point. I mean, Jonah and Zach are both, what time is it locally? I lose track of these things.
It's right around 8
It's
o'clock.
8 o'clock.
So we're at the 12-hour mark. Yep, 12:01.
So Jonah and Zach are going to be looking like they're going to be potentially pushing a 14-hour.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, again,
14
if Jonah has his eye on that age group record, I think it's 14:08. He ran 14:10 here last year.
it's 14:09:45.
14. Okay, so
Jonah needs to average an 11:05 lap or a 9:29 pace the rest of the way. And recent laps of his have been in the 10:30 range. So he's going to be there, kind of close. But
someone gave him a wake-up call because he went 11:25, 11:40, 12:12. And then someone must have said, hey, you know what? This dude, Zach Marin, is not going away.
And
he's a 13:25 Tunnel Hill guy from 2020.
And Zach, so in order for Zach, assuming Jonah is gunning for that 14:09:45, in order for Zach to hit that, he's going to have to run an 8:40-mile average for the rest of the way. And that's a stretch. Yeah, that's gaining 50 minutes per mile on Jonah, and Jonah having to keep an 11:05 loop pace, Marin having to keep an 10:08. So he would have to gain 57 seconds per loop, and it's just that's
our good friend Jake Jackson is pointing out to us that there's a race for third male.
Yeah,
no
we got,
doubt about it. Although Jake, I got to say,
Pete's looking good.
He's probably going to run away with that.
Pete's looking real good right now, Jake. Like he is, he's dialed in right now. And I haven't seen Sam or Alex lately, but we'll keep an eye out for them as they make their way around the course. Sumner looks like he's picking it back up.
Yeah, he's moving well.
The one of the youngest people in the field. I believe Sumner Jones is 22 years old from Ohio.
But you're right, Jake. It's and then Jean Pommier coming in.
John Pommier has moved into 8th place. I believe he moved up one spot. As we mentioned, Jeremy Brooks, who had made his move, had gotten as high as, I believe, 3rd or 4th place, and is now hanging on the edge of the top 10.
Yeah.
As he's got several miles on number 11, so it looks like he's in a pretty solid spot.
Here comes Sierra, looking
Sierra
steady
DeGroff
with a smile on her face.
I'm gonna do a a little bit of
that's
number
her
crunching with
lap.
Sierra to see what it's going to take for her to get to that 15:35, which would put her in Desert Solstice
So
with
there
the A
she's
standard.
through mile 78, so just about mile 79. Thank you, John Swanson. Yes, I will certainly say hi to Eddie. I've said hi to him through the day. This is Ed Russo from New Jersey. He's given me a deep sigh a couple of times, an eye roll a couple of times, but we all know Eddie. He's a grumpy old guy. I mean, what would you expect? He's going to be out here for another day and a half.
So Sierra would need to run
for her 15:35?
10-minute mile pace the rest of the way. 10-minute flat for about 21 miles.
Oof.
That's an 11:43 loop. What
Big
are
ask.
her most
That's
recent?
a big ask.
Her most recent loops have been 12, 12, 12. I mean, she's just on the outside of it. I mean, she's still pacing for a sub-16 day, which is fantastic.
A sub-16 day.
Yeah, but which would be a significant improvement on her PR. Her current PR is 7. That was my fault.
Oh, be a huge improvement.
17:17, which she just ran it across the years, 3 months ago. So
we want to see where Lisa is. Still a lap behind, but
she's more than a lap behind. She's
sorry.
about 4.
Three laps behind.
Yeah.
3+ laps behind. And I'm going to take a little nature break.
Yeah, Lisa is. It looks like she is keeping pace and maybe gaining about 30 seconds per loop on Sierra, based on what Sierra's been running recently. But that's not going to be enough for her to catch Sierra DeGroff. So, with just over 20 miles to go, Sierra DeGroff is holding pretty strong in terms of the lead. SC, no, there's a lot more than 17 runners left. I believe that there are still over 40 in the USATF 100 mile, and we have a few dozen running the 48-hour here at Jackpot, as well as a couple of people who are running the 6-hour and 12-hour overnight runs. Beautiful shot of the skyline off in the distance. We are here in Henderson, Nevada, at Cornerstone Park, and you are watching the USATF 100-mile road championships as part of the fabulous Jackpot Ultras. Joining me now is Patrick Karen. Patrick, welcome back to the booth. Dalton asking questions. Yes, unfortunately, Zach Bitter. What he did drop, he dropped about, what was it, mile
47.
60? Oh, 47? Was that early?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you're right. It was mile 47. And two of the higher, more robust resume runners in Zach Bitter and Christina Pham both called it a day early. Christina after 55 miles and Zach after 47. Zach was running a fever and was having some issues in that regard. Hopefully Zach is feeling better. I know that Christina was having some physical issues as well. But from what I gather, I spoke to her son Enzo, and she was pretty happy with her performance with the miles that she ran. She was disappointed that she couldn't run more, but she was still pretty happy with her result. So,
Yeah, no, I think it's a good way to end things. Good way to leave things. Still, yeah, I always find it.
if you're curious about a particular runner, of course, you can click on the results link at the top of the chat, the My Race results, which will lead you to the information that we have here at the Jackpot Ultras. But Sally McRae, for the person who was asking, is in the top 5, currently running 4th. A little bit back of the podium, about 2 laps back. As the day grinds on, if you're going to try and make that move where if you've got 2 or more laps to go on somebody and less than 30 miles to do it, it's going to be taking some work.
Yeah, and I mean, from as far as we know, her intentions coming into this weren't really.
Yeah. It
competitively
sounds like she
driven,
was not
so-
really running this as a humongous target race. Sounds like she has her eye on some even longer events later in the year, so this is a nice little training run for her. I'm going to try and pull up the. Now, granted, it is the beginning of March, but I want to see if I can find. Let's see if we can find the. So, top ultra running performances as of this week in 2023. Pull up the results. On the men's side, the top result so far this year in a U.S. race is Daniel Frank at Rocky Raccoon with a 13:42. The next best, Ferdinand Clovis Ariel with a 14:51, and Zach Bitter with a 14:57. All three of those at Rocky Raccoon.
Oh, he ran Rocky Raccoon this year. Zach Bitter. Oh.
And yeah, so Zach doing Zach things. That was a 1 month ago turnaround, basically 4 weeks ago. And then Jacob Moss running a 15:13 at the Raven, winning the men's side. On the women's side, we have our top overall performance of the year so far in Camille Herron's 12:52.50 at the Raven. Was that a week or two ago? It was
2 weeks.
the Raven was on February 18th, so yeah, 2 weeks ago. It was the same weekend as Black Canyon. Behind that, there's a pretty significant gap. Nikki Harvey with a 16:19.39 to finish second at the Raven. The way things are looking, it looks like Sierra DeGroff might slot somewhere in the middle of that, probably closer to Nikki's 16:19 than Camille's 12:52 at this point, considering we're at the 12:11 mark of the race. But having a very impressive day and looking to potentially set a PR. We'll see where she ends up on this list. Obviously, it is still very early in the year, and some areas have not really even hit their running season. If you look at the top list on Ultra Running Magazine's website, the top 100 women results so far this year, 29:54 gets you inside the top 100. So there are a lot of races yet to go here in the United States. And, not every place is Nevada and Arizona with multiple 100-milers already. So, but what we're gonna see in here at the Jackpot Ultras, we're gonna see some people put their names on these lists.
Absolutely.
For the top performance this year.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't think that Jonah Backstrom or Zach Marin is going to put themselves above Daniel Frank's Rocky Raccoon result, but they'll be in the next couple slots. It looks like, as long as they keep doing what they're doing, sub 15-hour finishes.
Oh, well, yeah, they still could. They could be under 14. What did you have them projected at last? Do you know? Or you just have the splits?
Yeah, I just
not
have the splits. I can't really. I mean,
I
I guess.
like it's probably 14:04.
So right now, Jonah, I can pull up. Actually, I'm going to add the new information as I haven't updated it in a couple of laps. But yeah, Jonah's got less than a half marathon to go. 87.1213, and Jonah is last recorded time was 12:06:07.
Jonah's doing 10:14.
And then Zach Marin. 12:07:57.
Almost too little, too late for Zach.
Yeah, Zach. Like I said, Zach is going to have to basically gain a minute per mile at this point, and I think that with the way Jonah is running, he's running strong enough that it's going to be a near insurmountable total at this point. Basically, he's about a mile, or let's see, I would say 12:07:57, 16:07. So basically about 13 or 14 minutes back, Zach is at this point.
New York.
Thank you, my man.
Um,
Can you bring a cock in?
Yeah, that one will get you. Enjoy, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Meanwhile, Sierra's going to need to average a 10-minute mile and an 11:43 lap in order to hit that 15:35 that she was talking about wanting to run. So, but yeah, like I've said, when she's moving well.
Yeah.
But some extended
Just the frequent
stops
pauses.
in the aid station might have.
She hasn't had too many recently, so that's good.
Yeah,
That's
it's just like a few of those laps earlier on in the 16 to 18 minute range. Again, this is still an amazing effort at this point, and looking like she's still gonna be flirting with a sub 1600 mile, which would
it
be.
looks like it's very planned though, because it's every fifth lap.
Mm-hmm. But it
14, 1, 2, 3, 4.
But it's a
18,
full-on
1,
stop.
2,
That's what
3,
was really
4.
kind of
Yeah.
surprising to me.
I'll be
It's
curious because her next lap is the fifth one. So the last 5 have. It'll be
Yeah.
interesting just if her 69 lap, if she takes a similarly extended break, or if she'll maybe change up the the strategy on this one.
Jonah Backstrom finished yet another loop here.
There's Sumner Jones.
Sumner Jones with a fantastic fashion choice, the Taylor Swift T-shirt.
It's a great debut 100 for him.
Yeah, fantastic.
He's at 74.2 and 12:16. I would say another 4 hours maybe. 16 hour 100 for your first go. Let's see. Started viewing results. No finishers in the 100 miler. No, we won't have another finisher for another probably hour 45 minutes or so. Yeah, just under half.
12:06, 12:04. If Sierra is having not having a stop lap, then she should be coming up here very soon. Last time she came here through was 12:04:45, and we are at the 12:18 mark.
Zach Marin coming through. Nice work.
Yeah, Zach moving well, but
It was 10:15 for his last lap. It's fallen off a bit, but the effort's certainly there. Wow.
Yeah, Sally. Keep running.
Don't stop now.
so Zach is 12 minutes and 5 seconds back of Jonah at this point, with less than 12 miles to go. It's
It's a minute a mile.
yeah. The math tells me it's going to be. He would need to gain a minute and 6 seconds per lap on this course.
Yeah.
And and barring a collapse or something like that.
Lisa and Heather still pretty close.
Have you ever tried to fly it?
Are we planning on going through top 3 of each, or what was the...
Yeah, we'll be staying on through the podiums on both sides. A little bit concerned that we haven't seen Sierra come through.
Well, yeah, this might be the extended lap.
I'm sorry?
This would be the extended lap if she was
Yeah,
following
but this is
past
like
several.
special extended. At this point, we're talking 12:04, it's 12:20, so it's over 16 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
And coming through right now is Heather Huggins, who is currently in third place and still hanging strong.
Here she is. So right around 17 minutes.
Yeah, Conrad, nobody has finished the 100-mile yet. We're still waiting our first finisher. There's Sierra coming
job,
through
Sierra.
the finish line right now.
Let's see what we got. 17:24 for her last lap. So yeah, kind of following. Her
It's falling off the
rhythm
pace of
at
the the Desert Solstice A standard. Still having a hell of a race.
Yeah.
And then here comes our second place woman right now, Lisa.
All right, Lisa's through.
Yeah,
You got a fan club, too.
almost 5.5 minute faster lap than Sierra. 11:59.
She's 3 laps back now.
I mean,
Again, a very large amount to make up, but we'll see. I mean, I
well,
think
if there
I mean, she
if there's there continues to be the 17-18 hour, I mean 7-minute
these aren't my laps.
stoppage, then
don't worry.
there's enough of those that it'll start to get close.
Every 5th or 6th lap has been that way.
Yeah, every 5th lap for the past
She just takes
4 cycles.
She takes a long time.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
at least like on trend, but
Yeah, I mean, she's not.
Okay.
She's still moving, and she's but we'll see.
Still give Lisa a chance in this one
definitely.
because she's not doing that. What does she do for 5 minutes?
Stands there and talks with her crews and drinks water and
Also, maybe she gets energy from that.
Maybe. But I feel like she could be much more efficient.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying she's not going to get 50.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
No. Yeah, I don't know if 15:35 is in the cards for her at this point. But I mean, but again, she's still on course for or on track for a substantially improved PR, which is if it sounds like that was another one of her stated goals. So.
A few more.
It's still early.
Right,
years old. That guy. He's in the 48 hour, but yeah, he's my friend from New England.
Oh, nice.
He's everywhere.
Did you notice that Pete Kostelnik has moved into third place on the men's side?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he's.
He might catch Sierra if, in terms of overall. He's moving really well. Pete's probably of the people at or near the top of the standings. I think. Well, I guess Jonah, Zach, and Peter all moving pretty well. All sub 10-mile paces still. In the 80-plus point of the race. We'll do a quick listing of the top 10 here. Of course, all the results can be found on the linked tab at the top of the chat. The Aravaipa Running account has posted the results link to Mike Melton's website. Mike Melton is the timer here. But let's just go down the top 10. Currently in first is Jonah Backstrom at 88.29 miles. Zach Marin in second. Pete Kostelnik in third. Alex Docta in fourth. Actually having caught and passed Sam Skeets at this point, or Skeels at this point. It looks like he's about 3 minutes ahead of Sam at that point for fourth place. In fifth place is the young gun Sumner Jones, currently a little bit of a ways back, about 3 laps back. I see Jean Pommier has moved up to 7th, the 59-year-old, followed by Larry Stevens at the age of 66 and currently in 8th place among the men. Andrew Glaze is in 9th. I don't know if you've heard, but he had another 100-mile training week this week. And sounds like the potential for a drinking game. Like every time somebody mentions that, grab yourself a swig. And in 10th place currently, Jeremy Brooks, who, as AJW was mentioning, had made a move earlier to try and come after the top of the board. Got as high as 3rd or 4th, but wasn't able to sustain it. And he looked like he was pretty labored as he was doing that. That was around mile 50 to 55 or so, and just hasn't been able to sustain it. On the women's side, Sierra DeGroff is leading and got a sizable lead at this point in the race, about 3 loops, which is about 3.5, 3.6 miles. In second is Lisa Kabilas and Heather Huggins a lap back in third. Sally McRae's in fourth, about 2 laps back of Heather. Fifth, Megan Eckert. Sixth, Jen Francis. 7th, Kathy Eartham. Kathy, I'm going to pull up Kathy and I'm going to take a look. That's in 7th. 8th is Van Fan. 9th, Yolanda Holder. And in 10th place, Luis Mason.
Are all of our 80 plus runners still running, or do you know if any of them have?
Yeah, our octogenarians.
Yeah.
As far as I know, Edward Rousseau is still running. I did some of the math on him, and Edward Rousseau. I'll try and I'll run those numbers here really quick. 32:07 is the number that Edward Rousseau needs to hit in order to hit the 80 to 84 national record for a 100-miler.
Hot here. It's so cold.
Damn right it is.
So cold out there. Yeah, and it's gonna get worse.
Same, yeah.
Oh, and tomorrow night. Ooh. The wind.
44.973 in is 83-year-old Edward Rousseau.
I'm guessing, given what he's doing, it'll be like an hour and 10 minutes. So, 9:40.
Whatever you need to do, right?
All in that there, 2 nights. So that would be 15. No, 9.
So,
That's got Taker. Yeah. I mean, before
so Edward Rousseau needs to average a 25-minute loop for the remainder of the race to become the new record holder for the 80 to 84 age group. He's tracking a 27-hour 100 miles still. At the age of 83, that's faster than me. and I'm basically half his age. He's having a great race.
Right. Which the interesting thing about that right now is like the third place woman is 8th place overall. So
Yeah, 4 women in the top 10 overall. Yeah.
we might want to stay on for Sally's finish just because of Sally.
Skylar said, it's still wild to think that Jonah ran a 32:33 at Club Cross Country Nationals in December and is now crushing it at Jackpot. That's some good range. 32-minute 10K to a 14-hour.
I see Vanessa Klein has entered the chat. Beast Pacing represent. Oh no, they'll let anybody in here. I see Hector Rodriguez has entered the racing area. H Rod, the Wolf Pack representing San Diego. Love hanging out with Hector. He's such a fun guy. He's popped up at some Aravaipa events in the Phoenix area whenever his work brings him to the area. Hey Skylar, when are you going to run this race? See Skylar Hall in the chat. We know that he could come out and run this race and probably crush it.
Yeah, what's stopping you, Skylar?
Yeah, come on out.
Oh my god, it was so covered in snow the other day. Covered. Yeah, like 6 inches. Yeah, some girls got to take pictures. It's a really pretty picture. It was like,
Yeah, like clockwork, every 5th or 6th or so loop, Sierra de Groff takes anywhere from 16 to 19 minutes. Well, and the rest of her loops is typically running at about a 10-minute mile pace. So I mean, again, still having a great day. And as far as I'm concerned, the race is, it's currently, she's in control of her own destiny here as potentially being the champion at the U.S. 100-mile road championships here. Jonah
Yeah.
Backstrom.
Even if she continues the trend of taking an extended,
I mean, she's
5+
still going
minute
to-
break, that would only be 15 minutes because she has 15-ish laps, so every
Every third-
every 5 miles. Yeah,
Yeah.
so she's still, Lisa needs a little bit more, like 30 minutes to work with.
but she does have another year,
So it looks like Jonah and Zach have kind of evened out as far as their paces here, which is not going to be enough for Zach to obviously overtake him. Let's see. 4269. 12:26:50. Jonah approaching mile 90 at this point. Needs to average a 9:44 mile or an 11:23 loop pace to overtake the current 50 to 59 or I'm sorry, 45 to 49. Apologies.
Olivier
U.S. record
LeBlanc.
held by Olivier LeBlanc. I remember a couple years ago at Fat Ox, I want to say it was 2019, Olivier came out and we were all excited. Everybody except for John Marushek, because John Marushek held the course record for the 48-hour until that day. And Olivier came out and he got to, I'd say it was about 40 hours in, he had hit the 200-mile mark. And he just said, I'm done. I'm not really feeling it the rest of the way. I mean, he still had, time to potentially, go after, a 250-plus mark, but he wasn't really feeling it. And what's amazing about that race is that at Fat Ox at Nardini Manor that year, as it is in normal years, some of the courses kind of narrow for a fixed time loop, and so he was forced to do a lot of weaving, a lot more than he probably would, at another event. So,
what's the field size for that generally?
we're limited to 100 runners all day.
Okay.
And not everybody is on at the same time. You've got the 48s, 24s, 12 and 6 hour runners, and there are different shifts that have more 6 hour runners than others.
Bach still watching in North Carolina. Dedicated. It's 11:35 on the East Coast. That's how I feel right now.
Late night back on the East Coast.
Okay, so Skylar's not going to run this race because he said there's too much climbing.
I mean, it does add up for 100 miles. I think it's 3,000-ish.
Is it really that much?
I mean, if we estimate on the low end of 40 per loop,
times 83 or 86
40 times 86, 34.
I guess, yeah. I didn't
Adds
even think
up.
about that. I didn't even think about that.
Sneaky Vert.
That's stupid.
Very sneaky vert.
Canal Path Hall. This is a little too extreme for him. It's like hard rock. Slow break. Yeah, I think he probably did. But
Okay, yeah, in order for
Indian school, and it's like enough to go up.
in order for Zach Marin to catch Jonah, he would have to
Don't stop.
outpace him by a minute 7 per mile.
For the
Yeah,
last 10
I mean,
miles.
I think we're at the point where it is, and now Jonah has just passed the 90-mile mark.
Travis was saying that the Vert's about on par with the Eddie 100 out in Virginia.
You want to jump in, or when you're done eating?
Sure.
Awesome.
I'll do the men's finish.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, take a little reprieve.
You?
How's this
You?
random-
Oh yeah,
This random
I'm tired.
Yeah. I'm definitely feeling it.
This random dude gave me a 10% stout
Ah,
called Adonis.
nice.
Shows him what he thinks of me.
Our very own Adonis here, AJW.
It looks just like you.
Exactly. You know when Michelangelo made that statue? I was that guy.
So modest too.
Miss
Jonah
Jess.
making his school proud. What is Jonah's school? Do we know?
I don't know. Well,
Now
let us know, Miss Jess.
a mystery is afoot.
Thought it about you. You're chill. You're doing a good job being chill.
So yeah, Jonah Backstrom. Where is he from? What's his story? Well, he is a Beast Coaster from the Boston area.
Cambridge, Mass.
From Cambridge, yeah. He's from your neck of the woods.
Man, you got it, buddy.
It was interesting to hear earlier from Lynn, our USATF official, that we were talking about for the 80 plus field, one of the I forget which runner, but was asking about using poles, and they didn't really have a consensus. Sometimes they're not allowed at USATF races, but there's not like a specific rule necessarily for the 100-mile distance. And so she phoned a friend, and turns out she asked all the other 80 plus runners and said, are you okay with this? And they all were okay.
Figured they would be.
Yeah.
I mean, very chill group of guys. Ian Madison is the one I believe you're referring to that is using the poles. He actually just passed here. There are 5 men in their 80s that are running this race, all trying to it is one of the more competitive categories. Age groups here at the
tenth of the
Jackpot.
field or more.
Yeah, like other than like 40 to 45 men, it's the most heavily populated age group at the 100-mile championships, which I love. I love seeing people that have been participating in this sport on a competitive level for 40 plus years. It's a wonderful thing to see. And some of those dudes were chewing up dirt in a serious manner back in the day.
Yeah.
Some of those guys have 12 Western States finishes, 18 Western States finishes, a dozen Wasatch finishes. Like, they're
been around the
hard
block
asses out there in that 80-plus club out there.
You gotta be pretty passionate about it to still be.
I'm going to take a breather, and we're going to be joined by the modest, humble Adonis himself, Andy Jones-Wilkins. So thanks for sticking around. We're going to keep it rolling here.
Welcome back, AJW.
How you doing, Patrick? I just had a chat with Megan Canfield with USATF, and she said, "Well, we almost had a men's race."
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with whoever woke Jonah up, but
yeah, I'm sure he caught word that
someone
Zach was sneaking up on him, and he said, "Nah, not happening."
Good for him though, for having it in him to kind of put the hammer down and make sure he got the job done. So, what's going on in the chat? We got to have one of these screens up with the chat. Hey, everybody in the chat. Adonis Jones-Wilkins, thank you very much. Now, hey, Sally. Now, I've got to. I don't know if we're on the screen, but somebody in the group. Yeah, we're not on the screen. That's fine. Thanks, Summer. Handed me a beer, and it's called Adonis Imperial Stout, brewed with coffee and maple syrup, and I thought it was fitting for me, my current stage of life. So here we are, closing in on hour 13 in the city of Henderson, Nevada, Cornerstone Park.
Still a lot of good energy.
Lots of good energy around, yeah.
Aid station is cooking. We got music playing.
Fortunately, some of the masterminds behind the whole thing have taken a little bit of a rest. Patty Curry's taking a nap. Jamil Curry is at least taking a shower. He's given over control of the drone to Bryce Brooks, marketing czar at the Aravaipa Running, He promptly landed the drone safely behind caution tape, awaiting Jamil's return.
Oh, we got Jonah is a dean at AP Gianni Middle School in San Francisco and runs for the West Valley Track Club.
Excellent. Jonah, good to hear. I'm an educator as well. Love to talk teaching with you sometime, especially middle school. It's a unique age. My wife says the reason I'm so good at working with middle schoolers is I never left middle school. And she's kind of right, like with most things.
You're just called the Ray Dalio of ultra running.
There you go. There's Sierra coming through again. She's smelling the barn. Look at that. You can smell the barn. So maybe someone out there can tell me who Ray Dalio is, which is
investing genius.
That's good. That's good. I guess it's. I guess I could be called other worse things, right?
Ray Dalio's net worth is something insane.
Oh, Lisa, looking good. She gets, even though she won't win, she gets the most cheerful award.
You have $19 billion.
He has $19 billion?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ray, how you doing?
That could be you.
Yeah, if you were the Ray Dalio of ultra running, you'd have $190.
Conrad's wondering, can you guys call out the lead runners if you see them come through the next lap? Yes, we will try as they come through the screen.
You mean like call them out on the thing?
Yeah, like point them out as as they come through. So
we could probably do that.
We just had Sierra come
Conrad,
through, so we won't see her for another 11, 12 minutes. She just went through, let's see, 11:49.
So she's had two 11:49s in a row. But it did look like, I mean, I do think Lisa is still 3 laps in arrears, but exactly 3 laps in arrears, which makes her, 35 minutes behind, which, with 20 miles to go that's a tough ask.
To work with.
Yeah.
But things can go south quickly. So
they certainly can. Yep.
Not that we want that.
Never say never. And so, gosh, it's been a good day out here. And
Heather Huggins approaching, right? In number, I think that's her. So, our third place woman, Heather Huggins, with 76 miles. She's about to pass under our arch with the headband.
There's Heather. So, really cool to note that right now our top 10 includes 6 men and 4 women.
And here's Jonah, our overall leader. Bib number 1 coming under the arch with the
rocking the camo
under.
Oh my gosh!
The vest.
Don't shoot that guy.
So.
Thanks, Aid Station Fireball. I'm just yelling stuff. I did see Lisa come through, and she's just looked so positive, literally the last 4 hours, and not that Sierra hasn't looked positive, but Lisa just looks like someone I'd be interested in following in the sport as the years go by, because man, she's running great, and she kind of came to play today, with a 50 miler here in 2021 that said that she belonged, but here she is doing the big thing. And Peter Chi, Lisa's going to step on the gas and catch her. We will see. I mean, it's a big ask to reel.
I don't know if there's enough real estate. Yeah. Maybe an extra few miles.
Man, I will say this, a little bit of our analysis, and if you go ahead and look at the splits, Sierra did, crush, scrub time at the aid stations, talking to her crew, regrouping. I suspect with the 18 miles she has left to go, she'll be doing less of that.
Yeah. Oh, good takeaway. I mean, there's a lot of time that can be drained in aid stations, and that's something that I feel like as you continue to kind of run more of these events, you start to realize that's, it's nice to have your aid there every 1 mile, but it also means 85 opportunities to stop. Whereas, a typical 100 might only have, 10 to 15 opportunities at aid stations. Was that Sally who just went through, or I think it may have been.
Yeah, Sally's still rolling.
Let's update this.
So Jean Palmier, we've talked about a lot through the day, is on Sally's heels. I sure would love, as a 59-year-old, 18-time national champion, would love to squeak himself into the top 10. But regardless, he also has Larry Stevens, 66 years old from Portland, on his heels, albeit a lap back.
Here's Andrew Glaze approaching the
Andrew Glaze
area.
again. God, this guy just keeps coming around. He just keeps coming around, and he just refuses to put clothes on.
Still shirtless in the jorts. All right, we've got number 2 runner Zach Marin approaching the start finish. You'll see him come onto the screen soon in the black singlet and shorts. He is walking at this point.
Walking here.
It's not a great sign, but he was doing that several miles earlier and kind of did rally.
Looking like he's favoring things a little bit.
Nice work, Zach.
Anyway, Zach.
So, yeah, he's at, let's see, get this refreshed, 89, or no, I don't think this is the,
It should
refresh one more. Zach Marin just hit 90 miles.
There it is,
So,
he's lost 2 minutes on Jonah. It looks like it's Jonah's, by the way, Octogenarian update. There's David Blaylock moving well as he has. And there's Todd Lee moving well too. Hey,
job,
Todd. As I mentioned way back in the morning, Todd and I ran quite a bit on the Angeles Crest course back 25 years ago when he was just a spring chicken in his mid-50s and I was in my 20s. Todd is the real deal, and I know he's having a long day out here, but man, good to see him out here along with our other 4: David, Ian, Eddie, and I'm forgetting the 5th. Sorry, a bit late, but we'll get him in a second.
Troy said, I talked to Lisa last night, and she mentioned she was having race jitters, but obviously for no reason. Go, Lisa. She must have turned her jitters into miles.
Yes, indeed.
This guy doesn't seem like he's switching arms at all with the flag. He's
he's kind of a one-arm bandit, like the slot machine that took all Warden's money last night. There he is. Well, he might have just switched arms for our sake. I don't know. I'm messing with Warden. Apparently, he only lost $19, but he might be. I mean, I don't know. It might be in euros or something. You never know. Warden's like an accountant or some shit. So you never know. He plays games with money. Glazed and defused. Travis, away with words. Thank you for enlightening the chat for us. Aravaipa After dark. The thing to keep in mind, too, Patrick, is a lot of these folks rolling through here, they're like a third of the way into their event. These 48-hour
Yeah.
runners, the pink numbers who keep rolling by, they're like, hey, we're just getting going. You know, I just had a steak sandwich and an IPA over at my aid station.
Sure, I'm sure we'll see like a bit of a lull in the night as some of them
I think so.
get
I
some
think
sleep.
we'll get a little dead zone at some point, but Glazing Saddles. Okay, I'll go with Glazing Saddles. Glazed and Confused was pretty
Here
good.
comes Sally McRae onto the screen.
Sally's still going. She's going to have to move to make it to Mackenzie's race tomorrow. Yeah. Come on now. Sally commented earlier that she was one of the reasons she was excited about coming to this race is it's a Friday race and she can still make it to her daughter Mackenzie's track meet tomorrow out, I believe, in Southern California. So
Come on onto the screen.
she's
There's
going to
Pete
have to move.
Kostelnick.
What does she got?
Pete is our third male. And there is the legendary Eric Clifton.
Yeah, Eric Clifton.
Coming through with his colorful attire.
Yeah, Eric's going to finish this thing. I think he's gone north of 24 hours at this point, but
Yeah.
64 years old, nothing to prove but to himself. Good to see Eric out here doing his thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, Pete is almost exactly 10 minutes. Well, 10 minutes 40 seconds back of Sierra.
Okay.
So a little
With
less than a loop.
18
but
miles to go, so he's
I would suspect him making that switch up into third overall.
yeah, I think that'll probably happen.
Because he's just hasn't, his splits have been pretty. Yeah, hasn't taken many big rests at all.
Yeah.
Um,
Here's Sierra again,
Sierra, nice work.
bringing it through her 72nd lap, so she has 13 laps to go. Josie. Pardon me, live streamers. Just trying to get my dog back on her bed. Here you go, girl. Come on. Come on.
Sierra's last lap was a 12:06.
All right. She's still
Still
moving
making
well enough.
Good time, yeah.
Yeah. And
16 and a half miles.
there's
to
Lisa.
roll.
So almost exactly 3 laps between the two.
Feeling like here comes Jonah.
Alex Docta, by the way, still moving. All right, here's Jonah. "49 years old from San Francisco." His cheering section full-throated. That's his 80th lap. 92, almost 93 miles.
Oh, his nickname's Old Dirty.
His nickname is Old Dirty. Well, that fits for after hours, after dark, for sure. We'll have to interview him post-race. Find out how dirty. But, he's got 5 laps to go. Here you are. You can count him on one hand. He's like, okay, I got to go around this thing 5 more times. How hard can that be? A.P. Giannini Middle School. It'll be fun to talk to this guy.
Yeah, he's got some impressive marathon results going back pretty far. It booted me.
Please log in.
Um,
We must know you're an East Coaster trying to log in here in the
here we
West,
go.
where
Maybe this one.
like there's all kinds of filters that the techies put in. Back in the East Coast, we just like ring a bell and they let us in. Yes, indeed, Travis. I chatted with Arlen about running Heiner. Heiner's a good little tune-up for something hard in the West Coast, and it's right there in Pennsylvania. Lots of folks have cut their teeth at Heiner, like Zach Miller,
Yeah.
Maggie Guterl, and others. So it's a good 50K. It's honest, hard. It's in April, and you can kind of do it, recover pretty quickly from it, and so Arlen's going to do Heiner. I also understand he's going to, thanks to his new situation, he's going to have 2.5 weeks out in California before Western States, which will obviously help him in his quest to finish ahead of Peterman and Hawks and whoever else shows up, like Costales and the rest of them, Tom Evans. It's going to be a huge Western States this year, but it's going to be good. Who's that guy that looks like a cross between Rob Krar on HGH and Ben Light at boot camp?
I think that might be Jonah.
It's just some dude with a beard, I guess.
Not Jonah. Could be Jonah. Jonah has a Rob Krar vibes.
He does. Rob Krar on HGH, though, because Rob Krar is a skinny little bugger. Ben Light at boot camp, I think it might be Jonah. We'll have to do a.
I feel like, look at
what do you call it when the thing when someone looks like you?
Doppelganger.
You're a doppelganger. Maybe Jonah's got a Rob Krar and Ben Light doppelganger. By the way,
Yeah,
there's
he's got Rob
Ed rolling
Krar-esque.
through. He's fiddling with his watch. He's done fiddling with his watch. No doubt a Timex. And there's Dennis Trafficanti. Doesn't even have a watch.
It's mental math.
Yeah. He's like, I've been wearing this puffy all day. Don't need no stinking watch. God, there's a sundial right out there in the lake. It's so fun to see these guys. No, all joking aside, it is so fun to see these guys out here. And they're racing each other. You know they are. So we've hit the 13-hour mark. Of course, we didn't. You never know what to expect in a hard road 100, and we would have thought maybe we would have had a finisher by now. As Zach Bitter took it out hard. He turned it in early at around the 6-hour mark, with feeling a little sick with a fever and a really bad headache. Everybody had to regroup, and here we are. With a little bit of a race on our hands. I'm not throwing shade at Timex Alicia. I'm just saying, if you have a Timex, you're badass.
Isn't Zach Miller like a?
Oh, he's a
like
Timex
guy. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the slowest champion we'll have in the past. Since this has been a USATF race since 2019.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that with the transfer of Jackpot to Aravaipa Running, it was a relatively late announcement that this would be the USATF Road Championship race. A lot of runners on the elite level had probably already made their schedule for the 2023 season, and so it's an opportunity for a lot of runners, and also not surprising that you'd perhaps have a one more, that you'd not have maybe as elite a field as you might have
Yeah.
in previous years, or
It's
you
a
might have
bigger
next
overall field, but yeah,
Yeah.
you know, and it's still pretty like deep of a field, but yeah, maybe the top end talent
Yeah.
is not, you know, same.
And I
as some
think too,
years
we've
prior.
got exciting races too at all the other distances. Let's not forget we're here for the USATF 100-mile championship, but all the 48 that's going on right now, the 24 that starts tomorrow, the 100-miler, the 6 12-hours that also start.
Nice Heather coming
I
through.
did hear a little chat. She said she wanted to die.
I know,
I hope
heard
she
that.
meant
It was
that
slightly
figuratively.
Concerning.
Yeah. So Heather came through again. Oh, Travis Lawn Car rolling in with dad jokes.
What you call a dad?
So Travis,
his boy.
what?
I was trying to guess it.
Oh, yeah.
Ed the Jester.
Yeah, we're really getting into Aravaipa After Dark with the Ricky from My So-Called Life reference. A sundial. I
oh,
love
boy.
it. Nice work. Travis, I got 3 of those guys, and they're all in their 20s, and man, it's a full-time job keeping up with them. All right, so we're closing in. Jonah Bagstrom has hit the jackpot equivalent of the Highway 49 crossing. Zach Marin is still stuck back at the Browns Bar aid station. Sierra DeGroff is at ALT. That's a good place to puke usually. Pardon me for the Western States references. Don't worry, they'll kick me off the live stream soon. But good to see. And by the way, we've got 6-hour runners rolling through. Pete Kostelnik again, metronomic, coming up this hill again. Looking good.
Yeah, we'll see.
John Montgomery's throwing some shade your way for the quote-unquote slowest winner comment, Patrick. By the way, having a nickname Old Dirty, you can't make that up. How about Chris?
A championship race doesn't necessarily matter about the time. I'm not saying it's a problem or anything.
Hey Chris, how about you strap on one of your
racing.
traveling mics and run down Old Dirty for a loop. Ask him where the nickname came from.
Last name is Baxter, and it sounds eerily like a member's name.
All right, there's Sally again. God, she just keeps coming back. I mean, Alicia, there are bad places to puke, by the way. Alicia in the chat mentions a good place to puke. Ultra runners understand. True. The worst place to puke is in front of 8 video cameras.
Could be added entertainment.
When the drone lands on your head.
Here comes Jonah, another loop in the book.
Okay, so he's got 4 to go. 4 to go.
I think it's actually 5. And I'm pretty
You
sure it's
you
5.
might
Don't
have
trick 'em.
you might have seen somebody who looks like me puking at Leadville.
There's a Hard Rock documentary of me puking on Andes.
Oh, that was good. for several years, Brian Powell made it kind of his habit to, when he was pacing me, be sure to get plenty of video coverage of my pukes. Come on. There you go. So you can find it. Just Google it. Well, that's a solid result.
Who? Jonah?
Jonah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in 14:10. Jonah Backstrom, 14:10.
Travis Lawncar in the chat asks, hypothetically, could a racer stop to shoot some hoops so long as they enter the course where they left it? Of course. This is a multi-sport event. There's even a place over there where people can do like stupid stuff like sit-ups and push-ups and pull-ups and everything. It's called the Sporting Center or something. Oh, here comes Sierra through again. And you can do it there. So you can even do push-ups, pull-ups. You can lay down and stretch out your hip flexors. Jamil's got the drone back up on the bridge.
The eyes in the sky. We are
You can
back.
see it. You can see Pete Kostelnik hitting the bridge. That's just beautiful. Oh, my gosh. And I know it probably violates copyright, but we have Grandmaster Flash playing in the background. This is just such a throwback to my youth. We're talking about puke. We have Grandmaster Flash playing. We've been eating grilled cheese. Conrad Steffens asks, has anybody ever jumped in the lake? I don't know.
It's a nice spot for
It's
it.
kind of nasty out there. Look at that, nice zeroing in on Pete. Pete's just moving. There's Lisa again. If Sugar Hill Gang comes on next, I might jump in the lake. Someone wake up Patty. It looks like Zach has, I wouldn't say called it a day, but he's walking it in.
Still got, 8 miles, Zach? Yeah.
By the way, David Blaylock just rolled through again, and I mean, it's a subtle difference between a 22-minute lap and a 21-minute lap, but it's looking like he's rocking 21-minute laps. Take a look at David Blaylock's last lap. Again, from Draper, Utah. Yes, so he just rocked a 2021 lap, which was down from a 21:32. Again, this is 80-year-old David Blaylock, just to give you a sense of his last 10 laps. 2021, 21:32, 20:35, 21:31, 20:42, 20:58, 20:53, 21:43, 21:35, 21. This guy is just moving.
Got the camera on our women's leader right now, Sierra DeGroff.
There we go. Jamil caught Sierra on the bridge. She's moving well.
She's got kind of like a very sauntery
Yeah,
style.
she has a sauntery style, kind of high arms, but doesn't look like a lot of extra effort.
Joseph Francis Burden said, "Did I hear that right? 80 years old. Yeah, we have 5 men.
Yes,
80
Joseph,
plus
we
years
have
old.
5 80-plus-year-old men in the race. I was specifically there talking about David Blaylock, who just each time he's come by us in the live stream tent has looked stronger and stronger. But in addition to that, we have Todd Lee, Ian Madison, Dennis Trafficanti, and Eddie Russo. Eddie Russo is leading the 5 of them.
He's 83.
And he's 83. They're trust me, they're competing with one another. But they're also competing to possibly get the 80 to 84-year-old 100-mile road record, or just Jamie Gifford's asking for a shout-out to Old Dirty's club, the West Valley Track Club. Absolutely. Here's to the West Valley Track Club and Old Dirty.
And Old Dirty.
We hope to get Old Dirty here in the studio after
That'd be better.
finish, so we can hear about how that name came to be.
West Valley Track Club. That's Mario Frioli. Do you know Mario Frioli?
I think that is Mario.
I think that's his group.
Known Mario for a while. The AM Shakeout podcast is a must listen. Gets lots of cool guests on there. Is a kind of a roadie trail hybrid guy.
Yeah, he coaches several of the top runners in our sport.
He does.
Tim Tollefson. Trying to think who else he coaches.
There's Eric Clifton coming through again, who certainly doesn't and has never had a coach. If you've ever seen him run, that's pretty obvious. But, yeah, who else does Mario coach? I mean, I know Tim is his most noteworthy coachee, but he has others. I'm sure a quick little Google search could dig that up. But, yes, it's we're not – we don't quote me on this, but it's quite possible that there has never been a 100-mile road national championship that has included 5 octogenarians. Yeah, Travis. Yeah, Eoang, possibly for sure. Kind of in that Bay Area contingent. Joseph Francis Burton, a bit of an injury, blue shirt. Oh, goodness, I hope that's not Jean.
I don't think it was.
Jean's been in blue all day.
Yeah,
Jean Palmier.
saw someone limping down the stretch.
Mario's Barrio. Nice work. Yeah, that would be fun. So, summarizing, we're closing in on
Under an hour to go.
Under an hour to go.
Probably 50.
So it's
50 minutes?
looking like a sub. What are we thinking?
50 minutes for 6 miles, or maybe a little under. Thinking 14:05.
Right, which is the interesting story, as Chris has brought up. It's 14:09:45 for the U.S. age group record.
What's your prediction? Winning time prediction?
For Jonah?
Yeah.
You know, he woke up when someone told him Zach was closing. I hope if someone wakes him up again and says you can get your 14:09 if you don't walk these little wussy uphills. I think he's got it. I'm going to go 14:07:45.
Okay.
How about you?
I think 14:05, 14:06.
Oh, you think he's going to
Giving him
close
even
hard?
a little
All right.
extra.
All right.
I don't think he wants to
He
play
doesn't
it
want
that
to
close.
put anything for chance. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Nice shot here. Zeroing back in down by the start finish.
There we are.
Pete
Jackpot
again.
strip.
Yep, the jackpot strip.
Here comes Jonah through our start-finish area.
3 to go. 3 to go.
I
Old
think it's
Dirty.
4. I'm pretty sure it's 4
Didn't get a
loops.
reaction. Who? It's 4 to go.
I think because it's 86 with the first one. Like it's 85 plus the half. So
So 4 to go. Yeah. Sorry. My bad. 4 to go.
right?
I got excited.
We don't want him to like stop.
I was just trying to get a reaction out of him by calling him Old Dirty. All right. So he's got 4 to go. 80.
Yeah, 82 because it's 85 1.17 plus the 0.48, so that's 86. Like total
He's got
laps.
4 to go. Okay. It would hate for him to stop and then be like, well, AJW said I was done. All right.
He's moving. Look at him.
Yeah, he is moving. Nice work, Jamil, getting here you are. So Travis, I mean, he could shoot a little hoops right here. No one else to play with, but the courts are lit.
We should just toss him a basketball the next
just
go around.
Give him a hoop, give him a ball, say, hey, you make a 3, I'll give you one less lap. Oh, this is great stuff. Great footage right here.
Yeah.
Jonah, he played it coy the first half of the race. He kept everybody in range. Didn't do anything.
He ran a really
stupid.
smart race.
He ran a really smart race.
He's had very few, at least noticeable lows on, at least from the outside perspective.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I think there was a little bit of a lull where maybe he thought he had it in the bag, but someone woke him up, and that was enough. And I mean, now he looks like he's on autopilot.
Yeah, there's probably the sharpest turn of the course.
Yep. Great job with the drone right here, just flying right over the lake.
He's not running with any light. Interestingly.
Yep, Sierra's through.
All right, so to recap our leaderboard here at the 100-mile Road National Championships, we have Jonah Backstrom from San Francisco, California, with the overall lead, 95.3 miles elapsed, or 13:20 elapsed. Second, Zach Marin, about, 4-ish miles back in second overall, and Pete Kostelnick third male, fourth overall with 84 miles. And for the women, Sierra DeGroff, local from Las Vegas, 85.95 miles. Lisa Cabiles from Richland, Washington with 81.26, and Heather Huggins closely following Lisa with 80.09. So pretty tight race on both our men's and women's podiums, and still room for some movement to happen on both sides. Sally McRae is right within striking distance of Heather, just one lap behind and moving very well, very smooth. And yeah, Pete Kostelnick and Alex are right within one lap of each other for third and fourth. I could also, see Pete Kostelnick moving up into third overall and potentially catching up to Sierra in the next, 15-ish miles that they have to go.
Also, really, really interesting to note, again, as I commented earlier, 4 of the top 10 overall are women, with Sierra third overall, Lisa 7th overall, Heather 8th overall, and Sally 10th overall. Andrew Glaze has been impressive all day. He's on the same, he's 2 laps behind Sally.
Yeah, he's moved back a bit.
And Jean Palmier right on the same lap as Andrew. But pretty interesting. And, there's still time for Sally to close on the women's podium. But,
I would not be shocked at all if she moves her way up into third.
And Zach Marin, got to give the guy credit. Zach Marin gave it a go when he sort of smelled that maybe he
really rallied. Yeah,
he rallied, but then I just think he kind of ran out of gas, and he's still moving, but he's probably content with where he is. There's Lisa again, looking slightly less happy than she did the last.
She heard you. She gave you a wave.
Great drone shot here of the back stretch. So this is the other side of the lake from where we are.
Yeah, probably.
You can see the condos to
a little
the runners
more than halfway
left.
through the loop.
Yeah. And they take a little left bender. Nope, they don't. They continue down to the right. They're past the left bender. They make a little right. That's where they have a small gravel section before crossing the spillway and coming into the start-finish again.
Let's see, 40.
All right. Patrick, I'm going to take a little time out because old Josie, who's been my partner all day, is obviously signaling she could use a little time out. For those of you watching at home, Josie's my dog. She's been with me all day, and she needs a little time outside, I suspect, to have a nature break. Be back.
This is the darkest stretch of the course that you can see on screen. Not very well lit, so that's why most runners are choosing to run with headlamps or handhelds. Jonah, as we were saying, interestingly, is not running with either, but I think there's enough light from the surrounding city and other runners to kind of make your way, as long as you feel confident with the footing. So he'll be coming into the start-finish area in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And the screen, you can see the home stretch of the loop. That'll take them right into our start-finish area and the aid station and their crew. It's kind of a slight gradual uphill.
Just gonna pop in for a quick second to update and see exactly how far off Jonah is.
95.36. He's also about to come through any minute.
So he's got to average a 10:43 pace
Yeah, and he's well.
the rest of the way in order to hit that 14.
I think he'll be a few minutes up.
Oh yeah, he's looking real good right now.
He's got it in the bag. Wow, I look pretty bundled up on this screen.
Right?
No, we didn't have this up before. I look, got my double hoods and hat on. Nice work. Alright, here comes our third place male, Pete Kostelnick coming in.
One of the things I was looking at with I was really concerned with how Zach was looking. We haven't seen him come through now for 13:31. The last time we saw him 13:12. So we were talking back-to-back 20 minutes. If that's a pattern and not a blip, Pete is running 11:41. So he's gaining 9 minutes per loop. Now, Pete is also 6 loops back from Zach, which equates to about 8 miles, and Zach's got about 9 to go. But it might get real interesting if Zach can't pick up the pace, because Pete's looking really strong right now.
Yeah.
Pete, it's not likely, but Pete could potentially run down Zach if Zach can't get. And here comes Zach in right now. He's walking with purpose, at least.
All right, we got Zach coming through, and Jonah followed closely behind. Way to go, Jonah.
So Zach's 80th lap is see if we can get Zach's most recent lap here.
There's Andrew, still shirtless. Is he grabbing a shirt? Have you caught him in the act?
No, he's not grabbing a shirt. But he is jumping down the way. At least he's having fun. I'm going to jump back out. AJW is back in. But I just kind of wanted to see exactly where Jonah was in relation, and also mention that it is not out of the realm of possibility that Pete does run down Zach if Zach doesn't pick it up.
What I miss? What I miss?
Just Andrew Glaze being silly. He's doing some jumping to jump around.
Andy Glaze gets the most energetic award for today's race.
The entertainer.
Yeah.
Whew. Getting chilly.
Indeed. So we are at the 13:30 mark. Good question from Ben Umstead. What kind of run-walk strategy are the 80-plus guys following? You know, I've been watching them actually a fair bit when I've been off the live stream. And Ed Russo, who's the front of those five, has definitely shuffle-jogged all the flats. There's a nice flat across where all the crews are, and then the two nice downhills. I would say the other four are, frankly, mostly walking. David Blaylock is shorter in stature of the other five, and does run a bit on the downhills. But looks like we've lost audio. Maybe
We're good.
okay. Maybe it's just ST Aztecs.
Said never mind.
Yeah, it was
me.
totally you. Yeah, you people are weird in San Diego. We've always known that. So, I mean, I think to finish that point, mostly we're talking walking. You know, these guys can roll 21-minute laps, so 18-minute mile walks. That's what they're going to do.
That way a safer approach. I mean, often you can kind of walk faster than you can run sometimes,
Yeah.
and if
Oh,
you
yeah.
run, more potential for injury risk.
Stuff happening.
Yeah,
Getting your heart rate up too high.
GI issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Luke Thomas. Hey, Luke.
Yeah, there's a nice, it was a nice drone shot. Zooming up. Oh, this one's me. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, the mouse goes over to that one. So Jonah, if I'm counting right,
3.5
Has-
miles to go.
3.5 miles to go to a USATF national championship.
Pretty exciting. Home stretch.
And here comes Sierra DeGroff, looking actually quite a bit better than she has in her
Yeah, so she'll
last few
have
loops. Kind of
she'll
building
have
a
11
cushion,
laps.
building a cushion on Lisa at this point.
Got Sumner Jones walking
Yep,
through.
working a good walking pace.
And Eric making his way through.
And Eric Clifton, the legend, not going to miss clicking his lap button. Because, of course, he doesn't have a GPS.
Do you think he saves a lot of that data?
Oh.
Yeah.
He writes it analog in his
Well,
running journal. Oh, yeah.
he's got a whole bookshelf for all his
Oh,
running
yeah.
journals.
Oh, yeah. Of course he does.
Conrad asked, what do they get as USATF champion? There is prize money for the men's and women's podium. $1,200 for first. I think it's, let me check, 400 or 500 for third. 500 for second, and 300 for third, and then also just the fame and glory of being the national champion.
$1,200 of prize money is solid, definitely. Luke Thomas commenting on the sidewalk. I'm guessing the concrete. Yes, there's a fair bit of concrete out here.
Yeah, here comes Lisa Peter coming through. Way to go, Lisa.
Attaboy, Lisa.
Nice work.
Yep,
Ed.
Peter, we are cheering for Lisa. I do think Peter Chi weighing in on the chat. I think a little bit out of real estate for Lisa to reel in Sierra. but very likely a solid second place finish. CR, join them on course for pacing? No. USATF, no pacing, and I still think no headphones.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
said they had to do a little.
Yeah, I
enforcing
know
of that,
Carl
but-
Meltzer used to, well, put it mildly, complain about not allowing headphones, but that's USATF policy, has been for a while. And
He was pro headphones.
yeah, he
or-
wanted he
Okay.
refused to be in the races because they didn't let him play his Grateful Dead or whatever. Carl, if you're listening, sorry, but you're an old grumpy old man like me, so you can take it. Get old dirty a cold high life? Oh, he's that kind of old dirty. Okay.
$12 per lap is what Conrad Stevens said. Yeah, would that be per hour?
Yeah. Right.
What is the hourly wage?
Hey, that's something.
Told that to my dad one time about prize money. He was like, "Oh, there's fair amount of prize money that I got," and I was like calculating it per hour of the race, and he's like, "What about like the hundreds of hours that you trained? So you didn't get paid anything."
I remember I said that my son's a bicycle racer. He came home all excited one time with 5 like crisp $100 bills, and I was like, "Oh, well, that pays for like 10% of your bike that I bought for you."
Yeah, you just hand it over.
He's like, "Oh, but I have the spending money now. I can go out with my friends." And it's also fun, and you'll see it both in the drone footage and at the still cam at the start-finish line. We still have our 48-hour runners. I mean, they're still a ways away from their halfway point. If you can make out their bibs, they have the sort of pinkish purple colored bibs. They're doing the longer loop, and they're running for 48 hours. They'll be here till it's all said and done on Sunday morning. So good stuff for them, and it's actually fun to go out onto the grass field and see their crews out there. Kind of a whole different world for the 48 hours than these 100-milers.
Alright, getting excited. Probably 20 to 25 minutes before our men's champion can be declared. Here comes Pete Kostelnick.
Jonah Backstrom with again for keeping an eye on things. He ran a 14:10 here last year.
Yep, yeah.
And has his eye on a 14:09-ish for an age group national record. Pete Kostelnick coming through again. Not surprisingly, still looking as chipper as he did this morning.
What's the consensus on your
Oh,
drink?
it's good. The Adonis. I mean, look at that. That's literally Adonis. I might even have to save that can.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you, fan. To whoever brought that, I'll be sure to review it in the AJW's tap room in a coming article. But man, thanks all of you tuning in on the live stream.
174 of you.
I know it's late. It's especially late on the East Coast after midnight. I know some of you on the East Coast are staying up to see some of your favorites finish. Others of you are here. There's Ed Rousseau coming through again. He doesn't look like he has any plans of stopping anytime soon.
83-year-old
He's got his
Ed
head
Rousseau.
down and
Killing
He's
it.
moving. Come here,
All right,
Joseph.
here comes Jonah.
So this
into
would
lap
be Jonah for lap
84, so 2 laps to go.
84 with 2 to go.
Wow.
That's right. So they counted the first lap as a lap, even though it was a 0.48 mile lap. And there he is, Jonah, 2 to go.
I hope he knows that.
Yeah, like I said.
Did that sound like he was joking? All right.
Yeah.
Still a level of humor in him. That's good.
Don't trust what the guy in the booth says. So, if you didn't catch that, I did miscount the laps a few laps ago. Enthusiastically encouraged Jonah that he only had 5 to go. He has 6 to go. Now he has 2 to go, which means when he gets around here again, we'll ring a virtual bell.
CRS, how many started and how many remain on the course? Absolutely amazing, each and every one who participated. I think we had...
For the 100, was it 62?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there was
Couple scratches
67
at the
people signed up. I don't know how many starters of the 67, entrants, and not sure how many folks are like officially left out on the course. We've had few drops already throughout the day, so expect probably in the 50-ish finishers.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of drops. It's a 40-hour
Hey,
cutoff.
Mario Frioli joined us.
Oh, hey, Mario.
Or maybe he's been here all along, but joined us in the comments.
From the Morning Shakeout podcast and the West Valley Track Club, where we know Jonah is from. So for all of you cheering on Jonah for these last 2 laps out there in the Bay Area, good to have you here.
Yeah, we're going to try to get Jonah in here after
Yeah, we're
going
to try and get Jonah in to talk to Patrick after the finish.
Hopefully you won't get stuck in his chair. I feel like
yeah,
that's always the problem.
I'll try and grab Jonah, but just to recap, there was a little bit of time there in that sort of dark zone from mile 60 to mile 80 where it looked like Zach Marin might make it a race. Mm-hmm. Somebody told Jonah, don't make it a race.
Yeah, good thing there's a live tracker,
and
so
he
people
got
know.
he got
Otherwise,
rolling.
could have
so
been snuck up on him.
Yeah, good stuff.
But yeah, Jonah. At what point did he take the lead? It wasn't right.
Well, no.
Zach
after Zach
dropped at 47, was
Jonah
then
was in the lead.
Okay.
But it was close
at 47
with a group with Zach.
Yeah,
and
there was
and at the
Jonah,
time,
Zach, I think
Sam Skeels
and Sumner
was
Jones
there, and
was
Sumner
the other,
Jones was there, and even Daniel Goldstein. And then then things shook out a little bit, but nothing seemed to shake Jonah from getting this thing done. So I don't want to say he's on a victory lap, but he's on his second to last lap.
See if he lets it rip the last one.
I think
see some of that 32-minute 10K speed.
I don't know. I keep waiting for Jamil to pull out the Game Boy and get him on the drone, but maybe we're just gonna
pull out the bike.
Yeah. Oh, maybe pull out the bike. There's Sally coming through.
Yeah, we got to try to let Jonah know his club is rooting for him in here. It's too bad we can't like throw up messages on a big screen for people. enjoyed the song choice.
There we go. Sierra coming through again. Actually, have to say, with the coming of the night, she's gotten a bit of a second wind.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so Heather Huggins and Sally McRae are now sharing lap 70.
Yeah, Sally
So
McRae
Sally's making up.
has made steady progress.
Sally McRae's last lap 13:53 and Heather's last lap 14:23.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Sally is likely going to surpass Heather in the next lap or so. To
Probably too far to
move her
catch
way
Lisa,
into
but likely
Yeah.
Sally will
Lisa's
move
12:32.
into, and then a remarkable of the top 8, 4 men, 4 women. Kind of reminds me of Western States a few years back when of the top 25, 12 were men and 13 were women. It's a new age in the sport, especially for women runners, and so nice to see in a national championship race like this that things can unfold this way. You never know how they're going to unfold when it all starts, but wow, for Sierra, Lisa, Heather, and Sally, good on you. And
All right, we just had our second place male come through,
Yep.
Zach Marin.
yep, Zach Marin came
Still
through. And
walking at this
I mean,
point.
at the way it looks to me is, I mean, I haven't seen enough ultra runners in my day. That's a walking it in look.
Yeah, I mean,
Now
20
there's
minutes
Lisa.
for
She is not walking it in.
79, 19 minutes for 80. Yeah, so 6 laps. If he's doing 20
Yeah, I mean,
minutes
if
a lap,
Zach's just walking it in and Lisa's like, boom.
He's been consistently the 11:30 pace.
yeah, so six laps at.
He's gaining 9 minutes a lap. That's
Who, Pete?
But,
Oh, yeah.
But is 6 laps
Is it-
enough?
To catch Sierra?
No, to catch Zach.
To catch Zach. Yeah.
I was going to go say something, and he's like, yeah.
All right, got to make sure we.
All right, so the Jonah fans coming into the chat. Good to hear from all y'all. Apparently, Jonah's a big high life guy, whatever that means. Well, they're from the Bay Area, so it could mean any number of
All right, we'll
things.
say it. Do it for
you
the high
know,
life.
So we'll
Hopefully
just give him
that's,
the highlight. But apparently, Sean says if we tell him do it for the high life, he's gonna rock a sub 4-minute mile.
All right.
I don't think I'm going to do that, but good for him. Thanks,
I'd love
Sean.
to see you let it rip.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind seeing him rip across the bridge. As long as he's
At
not
least
getting-
up the home stretch.
As long as he's going to
here.
get bit by a duck. Ah, there we go. Miller High Life. That's what I was hoping you guys would say. It's a family show. You guys out there in the Bay Area, you guys do Miller High Life in the can or the bottle? Used to love those clear bottles of Miller High Life with like the sweat dripping off them at a ball game. Good stuff. I'm can most of the time these days, but a nice Miller High Life bottle. Nothing like it. Cold. So cold you can hardly hold it. All right.
So
we've
Jonah
got
should be coming through probably in the next 2-ish minutes. Yeah, 13:44.
pretty impressive run for 49-year-old Jonah Backstrom. You know, ballpark, he's coming close to that 14:09. Chris will make sure we get the number right, and obviously the official timing.
14:09:45.
14:09:45. The official timing will will take a little
He'll
while
be
to make sure it's
right about
correct.
14:06 is
But
his
I
current.
mean, if
Yeah.
he's been doing
He'll be 14:06 is I think the
where he is right now, which would give him. Here comes Pete, moving well. Pete Kostelnik.
Let's try to do the math there for Pete. He
What he
with
needs to reel in Sierra
Zach's got
or Zach.
Zach's got 6 or Zach's got 5 laps.
I mean,
if each lap
I mean,
takes him 20 minutes.
Pete,
It's 100
Pete's moving. At this point,
minutes.
Pete's saying, "I don't know if I want to
He's
run
got
tomorrow.
11.
I'll make a deal with
I think
myself.
Pete
If
would
I
need
catch
like
Zach,
2 more laps to catch him.
Yeah,
I don't
if it was a 104-mile race,
because if Zach keeps doing 20-minute laps, that's 100 minutes. Pete needs another 10 laps, and if he's doing them in 11 minutes, that's 111 minutes. So it's like he needs like one more lap, literally. Like one more lap, and he would pass him.
is Zach doing 20s?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Pete might run out of real estate.
Which, by the way, for the record, David Blaylock, who's rolling by here, he's actually getting faster with each lap. You're moving, man. Oh, yeah. The guy doesn't. He came to play. It's so good to see David. He's probably not even stopping at 8. He has no intention of sleeping.
Don't weed shame. Who's weed shaming?
And is Zach on 20s? Is Zach able to walk 20s?
And I think
Yeah.
Zach would rally like
if it happened.
one loop, like
Like he might not realize if
yeah,
he leads that much real estate, he might think he's safe.
yeah.
But I think that he also probably is going to run it pretty hard because he wants to stay out of Alex and Sam because it's not that big of a gap behind him either.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
All right, where's our boy? Jonah.
There's
Any minute.
Alex Docta, by the way, still moving well, too.
Jonah,
And
a man of
Jean
darkness,
Pommier
no light.
moving well.
I think he's gonna emerge soon.
Travis Longcar, you're speaking my language. Sierra Nevada all the way. I don't know what these crazy people are doing talking about Miller High Life, but whatever. We'll let them do it. Kids these days.
Oh, he's gonna cut it close if we don't see him come
Yeah.
through here.
Did he go for a swim? Did he try to save a duck?
Cause he's 13:57 right now, and he's doing 12.
Yeah, it's gonna
His
be
last lap
tight.
was 12 minutes. Oh boy, he's gonna have to rip this one.
Yeah. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Yep. For his
It's gonna be
14:09.
real close. Like right now, he's not gonna make it unless he picks
Yeah.
it up. Because I don't even see him on
Yeah.
the stretch.
Yeah.
Here he is.
All right.
All right,
Here comes
can we rally him?
Here comes Jonah Backstrom to complete his second to last lap. You can see zooming out on the drone shot here. He's coming
Yep.
up. He's
One more.
coming up
Here you go, Jonah.
to the final hill, joining together with Eric Clifton, the legend.
11 minutes, Jonah. Get under.
It's my fault. He thought he was
Fuck.
done.
He's got to move.
Everybody's watch says over 100.
Oh, no. All right, so, he...
It doesn't matter what your watch
He's got
says.
11. He's got 11 minutes, 40 seconds. His last... that last one was 13:54, so...
All right, so Jonah's through. Regardless, maybe there was some confusion as to whether he was done or not, because they thought we were the timing tent when we're just a couple of guys talking about running.
We told him 2 laps.
We did, except for the time I told
Except
him
for the
5
time you
when it
didn't.
was 6. But why he would
Corrected.
remember that and not the 2
It
to
definitely
go.
seemed like he was joking when
Yeah, it did
in
too.
his quip back to you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
So Mario, if you're out there, and you have your head in Jonah's head, get him going. He needs to do what does he need to do? A 12-minute lap?
11:40.
He needs to do an 11:40 lap
got it
for
in
the age group record.
He's got that 32K,
Yeah, and then he'll
10K
get some,
speed. You can find
Aid
it in his
Station
legs.
Fireball, the 14:09:45 is an age group American record.
Yeah, for the 45 to 49 age group.
45 to 49 age group record. So
I think it's a
thanks,
LeBlanc record.
and good to know, Aid Station Fireball, that you don't know everything, because I always like to tell people that I know more than them.
Mouse on this.
Yeah, here we go. We're getting it up here. We got a little crew coming up to the start finish.
Yeah, 40. I don't know. We would have to convert that, but that's 48 hour. I don't know where it is on that list.
We want to go to the.
Aid Station Firewall's furiously Googling. As far as you know, 14:09:45 is Olivia LeBlanc's 45 to 50 or 45 to 49 age group 100-mile American record.
Yeah, and I'm not going to monkey around with this because I got better things to do. Go ahead. Google away.
Google away.
In the meantime, we're going to continue watching Sally come through again. It was fun to see the eventual winner across the start-finish with a legendary 64-year-old ultra runner, Eric Clifton. Eric, of course, still has quite a few laps to go, but it was fun to see them come through that start-finish line together. Woo! I don't even know if Jonah knows who Eric is, but if you know, you know, as the kids say.
Jamil, can we see any potential drone or no? No more. I'm wondering if we can see how he's
probably halfway around.
Probably 5 minutes.
Or
yeah,
like just across.
Halfway.
Going up to the wide road up at the top.
Just be
Sorry, we're just talking
good to see how quick he's
there it is. Yeah.
Quick how he's moving.
So we're just talking to Jamil in case you were wondering what we were up to.
Eyes on the sky. He doesn't have a light though, so that's a little. But I think we'll find him.
You can see how quickly
Guy moving
Jamil
fast.
was able to zero in. That's the wide road up by the condos.
Oh yeah, that looks like him. Could that be him? Yeah, that guy doesn't seem to have a light. Is that? That's not, no.
It's going to be a little back. This is great. Thank you, Jamil.
He's got 6.
We're getting up and datum. Go Maverick. Yep. We call him Picasso. We call him Maverick. He is the drone pilot for.
The address site shows that Olivier's record was like 1350 or something like that.
Nice work, Lisa.
Oh, oh yeah, Aid Station Fireball just said that. 13. Maybe we were looking at a outdated list, but yeah, you were looking at the USATF website. So I wouldn't be shocked if they're. What do you remember? What year that was from? Well, regardless, whether it's a record or a personal best, We definitely want
Yep,
want him to
you
get the
could
best out
see
of himself on the day.
Jamila's positioned the drone at that critical section from the wide road to the subtle right-hand turn where all of those colored flags are. You don't want to cut that corner, of course.
Yeah, thanks for the research, A Station Fireball. Where
Yeah.
I guess you're not correct in that. I mean that you're
There he
not
is.
incorrect.
There's Jonah going by
You're right,
the
but
cone right now.
There
He
goes.
is. Yeah, so from there, probably 5 minutes.
So yeah, his PR here is 14:10. Let's see how many seconds.
Really running well. Good to see Jonah. Jonah fans out there in the chat, thank you for tuning in.
14:10:08.
Yeah,
So
he ran a 14, and that was just last year. I'm sure he's aware of what he ran last year. He's well in range of that. If you've been following along all day.
oh yeah,
you've got-
Canal Quarter. Is that a road or a trail? Because this is
They've got
this is
this,
road.
this-
That could be the difference.
This is a downhill he's on right now. He gets onto the small section, couple hundred yards of gravel across the spillway, and then makes the turn up toward the finish. What a great run. What a great run. You know, it started out with Zach taking it out hot. The whole complexion of the race changed when Zach was forced to withdraw with illness, a little bit of dynamic, but Jonah was controlling that dynamic, you know, right from that moment, and has been steady as she goes all day. 49 years old. From the Bay Area.
Is that
From-
if Canal Quarter though? Is that a road
From the
or
Bay
is that
Area.
trail?
West Valley Track Club.
With the USATF people, they said that the ATRA is correct and not the USATF. I was like, oh, well, the website's wrong. And they're like,
Yeah, I'd still be curious to know if it's the.
So this is
Yeah,
this
there's
is
a
cool.
difference
You're
there.
see this is a little bit of the darkish portion of the course. Again, this gravelly section. Great, love this drone footage. They're going to come across. Jonah's going to come across the spillway. You can see the drone zooming in as best as it can at this point. I know it looks a bit like you're just in a black hole, and you kind of are. And then up into that light again. At that fork, Jonah will take the right. The long course is to the left by that trash can. Nice still shot there. And then he will roll in to the finish. Jonah Backstrom, 49 years old, from San Francisco, California, with a 14:10 and change here last year. Looking to better that by a minute or so, given where he is. He's probably in the spillway right now. There's a gentle right-hand turn.
Got 2 minutes to get under his
to
PR.
get under his previous time.
14:10:08.
Thank you, Chip. Yes, WVTC, the West Valley Track
West
Club,
Valley Track Club.
representing here in the chat. Thank you. Thank you all for tuning in and sharing with us a little bit about your club and about who y'all are. We know the Bay Area is a place of pride when it comes to long-distance running, all kinds of running, road, trail, track, cross-country. The Bay Area really has been a hotbed of running for, well, I don't know, 100 years. Oh, heck, it's where the Dipsy is, for goodness sake. So now the clock is tipped over to 14:09. I
He's
suspect
got
Jonah has made that
60
turn
seconds.
and is coming up the last trail. We're going to see him. The race officials are getting ready to meet Jonah with a ribbon. You know, a sub 14:30 and a 100-mile race, something you can take with you to your next event.
14:11. I think he's gonna be 14:11 or so.
We hear some cowbells up the way. Jonah Backstrom, as the clock turns over to 14:10, is coming up. Maybe going to cross paths with Ed, the Jester Eddingson, who's just in the first few hours of his adventure, as he's a 48-hour finisher. Jonah Backstrom made a move when the time was right, after Zach Bitter's withdrawal from the race.
All right, it's about maybe a minute out, 45 seconds or so out.
The finish line group is getting ready to welcome in your 2023
Woo, woo! Here we go, Jonah!
Jackpot Ultras 100-mile
There you go.
USATF
Woo!
100-mile champion coming into the finish, Jonah Backstrom from San Francisco, California, representing the West Valley Track Club and all his good friends there. Jonah, congratulations.
Love it.
Nice run. Nice run.
I'll see if I can bring him in. Just keep talking.
Yeah, you can give him a little time. Don't want him to get stuck in our chair back here. Josie, what do you think? What do you think?
What's that? He's just taking. Okay. Where is it?
Yeah, Jim Jurek, I'd assume he's blaming AJW for the Amadeus lap miscount. Of course. It's not that I miscounted. I was motivating him. Mind games. Great run for Jonah. And maybe we can get him to come on in here to the studio also. We'll see. He's getting up there. Good stuff. What's that? Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Hopefully that is not too challenging.
Nice, Sean. $1,200 is like 2,400 Miller High Lifes. Yep, guy's set. He could totally pull a F. Scott Fitzgerald. Amadeus Jones Wilkins. Thank you. I'll pretend like I get the joke. Moving around okay. Okay, well, that was fun. Good to see that finish. Close some of these tabs. So that's a finish for Jonah in the books. He did say in his interview, might not have picked up on the audio, but that someone did light a fire and say Zach was closing. Come here. Interesting, too, while the interview was going on, Sierra and Lisa came through together. Of course, they're 3 laps apart, but they were running together. Come here, Josie.
All right. Well, let's see where we're at with the rest of the field. 14:21 elapsed. Got Zach at 96.48 miles. Our current second male with Pete Kostelnick. What is that? 5 laps back.
Yep.
90.6 miles.
And just a couple of minutes back of Sierra, or a couple minutes.
Zach's
Yeah,
turned around, so I think, I think we can expect him to stay in second.
Yeah.
He went from 20, 19, 18, 12, 11.
Yeah, he started running
splits,
again.
So that's good to see. Sierra, Lisa, and Heather. Yeah, Heather. Sally had moved in front of Heather.
Oh, she did?
I thought at one point, but maybe not. No, I think they were just on the same lap.
Yeah.
So I think Heather.
And now Heather's a lap ahead of her.
Yeah.
Lisa 2 ahead of her. Sean, thank you. We understand that there was a little volume issue on the interview. We're gonna try to get Jonah into here in the studio to chat with Patrick. He just has to go through the appropriate post-race protocols, which are part of the USATF process. And once he's done that, we'll try and bring him in here, hopefully with a nice cover, and he can have a chat with Patrick. So we're sorry about that. We're kind of doing that on the fly. And
yeah, we'll hopefully have it figured out.
we'll try and figure it out for
all
the
future
women's
ones.
for the future finishes. But sorry about that. In general, though, I mean, the highlight, Sean, was that he knew he was lagging a bit with about 10 miles to go, and someone tipped him off that Zach Marin was making a move, and it kind of lit a fire for Jonah, and the rest is history. As he
Yeah, you
got
were
his
saying
finish.
then when he saw Zach then walk, then
Then
he's
he
like,
was-
I fell back
then I can
asleep."
walk, yeah.
So that, yeah, which I could see that, and then he's like, oh, safe in the bag, don't need to push, but running sig, Jonah has to pee into a cup now, eh?
Yeah, it's something like
That's
that.
the drill.
Yeah. Something like that, the times we live in. All right, Josie, come on over here. It's all right.
Alex running 12:46. Someone asked if he was mad about the lap.
No. He
No.
wasn't. He wasn't mad. He did say someone told him, and that someone was me. But he smiled at Jamil and told him he got an extra mile for his effort. So no, there was no lap count mix-up.
Way to go. Looking good, Zach.
Attaboy, Zach. Good strong finish. That's pretty impressive.
2 laps to go for Zach. And that was a 11:46. So he is feeling the finish. Try to get Zach in here.
Yeah. Let me see if I'm going to take a little step out.
Yep.
Be right back.
Sounds good. Yeah, we might not have too much to say right now, but we'll keep the camera on the start-finish line so you can see kind of runners coming in and out. Coming through the start-finish area right now are our first and second female runners, Sierra and Lisa, running together. They've been sharing the last couple of laps, which is cool to see, having been in competition with one another for the past 14 hours. Going through in a 12:36 last lap. Looks like they're slowly, kind of staying pretty steady in the low 12 to mid 12 per loop. Sierra has just over 8 miles to go. yeah, she's got what, seven laps. So we would expect her. Let's see, probably around 15:45 to 16 hours. So another hour and a half or so for our women's race leader will be through. And Lisa, to reiterate, is 3 laps back of Sierra. They are running together, so she's neither, putting time or losing time on Sierra. Seems like they're working together at this stage of the race. Between our 3rd and 4th females, Heather and Sally McRae, is a pretty tight race, both with 73 laps recorded in 84.7 miles. So I think that's our kind of the most dynamic race, within the race going on right now. Our men.
Just checked in with our crew, and we're going to have an interview. So I know we had a little bit of a audio challenge there,
Awesome.
but we're going to get it all set up and should be good to go. So sorry to interrupt you, but
All good. Are they going to try to do it out there?
no,
or
we're going to do it in
come
here.
back in here?
Yeah, Jonah is just finishing up his protocol, and his crew was in here before, so he knows where to go, and so we'll get that all set up. So, how we doing? We got to be pretty close to a second place finisher.
Yeah, he's got 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go.
Just went through 4 minutes ago. He's running 11 and change, so I
So
would
sub
expect
15.
him- yeah, definitely sub 15.
Sub 15.
And yeah, I mean he's run what, I think it's 13:25 at Tunnel Hill in 2020.
Mhm.
So won't be a PR for him, but second in the national championship.
And it is interesting that now 2 laps in a row, Sierra and Lisa have been running together.
Yep. Yeah.
Even though they're obviously they're separated by 3 laps, but content to run together. And
Yeah, so if they
That's
keep
kinda
running
cool to
together,
see.
Lisa
Yeah.
won't catch up.
Yeah.
But that's okay. She'll hold steady with her
Yeah.
second place. She's got 3 laps on Heather and
Yeah.
Sally, so pretty safely, I would say, in second at
and
this point.
and Heather has a bit of a gap on Sally, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 8 minutes. It's about 8.5 minutes. But I think there's enough room left in the race for that to
Yeah, that could change.
That could
Yeah.
change. I mean, it's another hour and a half or so before we see the women's winner come through Sierra.
So just to summarize for everybody watching and those in the chat, we understand that the audio on the interview, the post-race interview with Jonah, was a little bit difficult. Jonah's going through his post-race protocol right now, and he'll I've been in touch with his crew, and he'll be able to come on in here and have a chat with Patrick when he's finished with that. We also, as we've said, all day and night, will remain here through at least the finish of the top 3 women, likely probably top 10 overall finishers, which at this point is 4 women and 6 men. Sumner Jones right now is sitting in 10th place. Has completed 72 laps. Sally 73 laps. Heather 73 laps. So we will be here a while. Many of you are looking for your loved ones, watching them come across the screen, come across the still cam at the finish line. We're 14 hours and 33 minutes into the Jackpot Ultras USATF 100-mile championship. And we have a winner. Jonah Backstrom from
Our
San
first
Francisco,
finisher.
California.
Great job.
No. Trying to corral my dog here. She's a sweetie, but she's been in for a long day. Heather Huggins just came through, moving well. Again, a couple laps behind Lisa Kabiles, but comfortably in third place. Next up on the women's side should be Sally McRae. Come on, Josie. Come on, Josie. Atta girl. A good time to check in on our 80 and plus athletes in the race today. Edward Rousseau continues to move well. He has hit the halfway mark. In fact, exceeded the halfway mark. He's at 52 miles in 14 and a half hours. And David Blaylock, I've spoken about him several times, 80 years old from Draper, Utah. His pace has increased as he's gone on. In fact, he's been holding steady at 20 to 21 hour laps for almost 4 hours now, and is just about to halfway. Just about to halfway. At 14:16 elapsed. There he's coming through right now. So that was timely. So that'll bump him up to 49.6.
Here's Zach coming through for
and Zach Marin is coming up the incline here to begin his bell lap.
One to go.
One to go.
Here we go.
Zach Marin
woo, woo.
Hitting the timing mat at 14:37. So, give or take, we're talking about a 14:51 finish for Zach. Back to our 80-somethings, in addition to Eddie and David. A little further down, Todd Lee from Reno, Nevada, has covered 42 miles in 14:18. Ian Mad Dog Madison has completed 42 miles in 14:30.
Mad Dog and the old dog.
Mad Dog and Dennis Trafficante has completed 41.4 in 14:21. So all of them still well in range of the 40-hour cutoff, all of them moving well. And so great to see 5 80-somethings on the course getting it done.
Ooh, just got the shivers.
Those keeping you up with age groupers. Still out there, Larry Stevens has covered 81 miles. That's 66-year-old Larry Stevens from Portland, Oregon in 14:36. Right behind him, Jean Palmier, 59 years old, Cupertino, California, has covered 80 miles. I mean, we're talking well within range of, say, an 18 to 19-ish hour finish for both of those guys, which for 100 miles at that age is a solid result. Looking a little further down on the age group, Van Fan, they're still running together. There's our ladies leaders.
Sarah and Lisa.
Running together, but 3 laps apart. Van Fan.
7 miles to go for Sierra.
From Lakewood, Washington.
7.
Still shirtless.
Oh,
Just
I'm chilly.
Don't know
just
how he does. I
thinking
can't even look at him.
Like, freezing here. Here's Pete looking
And
good.
Pete. Metronome Pete.
Nice job, Pete and Sam.
Looks like drone footage is zeroing in on that sharp right turn. I'm guessing trying to track down.
Looking for Zach.
Looking for Zach.
Yep, yeah, black singlet on top of the. That's him.
Nice
All right, we got
work.
Zach Barron, our second.
The
place
Picasso drone pilot
male.
does
On
it
his
again.
last lap of our 1.17 mile course to round out 86 laps. And yeah, he's looking to track for probably a 14:48 or so, 14:48, 14:49 finish.
V Vega, the temp, we're showing 48 degrees. It feels a bit chillier than that. There's a little bit of a breeze. We're by the water, and it's dry. But 48 degrees, I suspect we'll probably get into the
Down to 39.
up
It was-
39,
yeah.
38. Good runner came through in full hood look just now, and most of the crews are bundled up in sleeping bags. Sumner coming through with a puffy on and a stocking cap. Great drone shot here of Zach Marin getting it done. He's making that right-hand turn onto the wide road. Which I would refer to as the top of the course. You run by those condos, then begin a nice downhill stretch. There's Todd Lee. Good to see you, bud. He's pulling out the poles as he starts his second day here. As I mentioned earlier, Todd and I trained together on the AC course 20 years ago or so. Great guy, smart runner. So happy he's still at it all these years later.
Zach's moving well.
He is.
He's closing definitely faster than our buddy Jonah. Found a little extra for this
Yep.
last loop.
Zach Marin from North Canton, Ohio, 37 years old. Was on our radar in the pre-show yesterday. Not a lot of results recently, but a 13:25 at the 2020 Tunnel Hill and a 16:01 at the Indiana Trail 100 in 2018. So certainly has the experience to do what he's done today. Not a PR, but certainly sub 15 on a road 100 out here in the desert for a guy from Ohio.
In 2021.
What's up?
He was out at Javelina 100 2021. Had a bad day, but
Okay.
yeah.
There were lots of folks who had a bad day at Javelina in 2021. It was not an easy day out there. Of course, you get to Jackass Junction on your fourth loop, and there's all kinds of excuses to quit. All right, we're seeing Zach in a similar. Come here, Josie. In a similar spot. He goes into that little dark section, the small little bit of gravel before he hits the spillway and makes the right-hand turn up the hill into the finish.
About.
So I'm thinking, yeah, 1450-ish.
I'm going under.
It looked, it took...
1449. Come on, Zach, pull through.
It took Jonah longer to come up this straightaway than I thought. Maybe he was taking
deceptive.
a victory lap. I don't know, but
at least Zach has a light, so we can pick him out a little better.
good times here at Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Just a stone's throw away from the Las Vegas Strip. Finish line cam getting set up for Zach Marin's second place finish. Sub 15 hours at the Jackpot Ultras USATF 100-mile championship. And we're just getting started. There's events going on starting in the morning. Starting the 48 hours are going until Sunday morning. This is Aravaipa running at its best. There's Dennis Traficante. Again, 18-time Western States finisher. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing out here.
All right, home stretch for Zach.
Yep.
He's on the straightaway. But, yeah, it is a deceptively long straightaway.
And another lap for Heather Huggins. Still looking good, keeping it steady. Heather Huggins finishing strong. I know a couple folks commented on the chat. She's doing well. Looks like Ed Rousseau coming through again. Yep. Like clockwork. That was a good lap there, Ed. Yes, indeed. Running SIG. Very good result for Zach Marin. Yes, indeed. I did notice that
right, here
a
he
few
is.
results in the last couple of years, going back to his 13:25 at 2020 Tunnel Hill. But here he is coming into the finish line with a sub 15 hour,
Way to go,
actually
Zach.
a sub 1450 100 miler. Zach Marin from Ohio, second place. Attaway, Zach.
Yeah, Zach.
Congratulations, Zach Marin, finishing the USATF National Championship 100-mile race.
Second
I'm
place.
gonna guess 14:49. So you were more right than me.
Awesome work out there.
Just a little audio on you.
All right.
Do what you got to do. How you feeling?
I'm glad to be done. Man, this course really beats up your quads. Like, last 10 miles was a real grind to gut it out, but we got it done.
You ran this one before?
No, it's my first time out here, yeah.
Awesome. Good stuff. What, it seems like you were starting to catch up to Jonah there for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a real roller coaster of a day. I had some real bad stomach issues, like right before halfway when the sun was, directly overhead in the sky. And, I've been training in the Ohio winter, so 60 degrees was hot. It was doing a number on my stomach, but I got dark, got that under control, and, I know I was close enough to him to make a little gambit to try to win, but, obviously those last 10 miles, it all fell apart, but held on to second. I'm happy with that.
Nice. Anything else you want to share about your day?
Nothing comes to mind immediately. Still a little gooey brained. Kind of hard to come up with anything. I mean, crowd support was great. A bunch of great people out here. A loop course like this, I don't think I would like it if the crowd wasn't here and driving us on. Met a bunch of cool people. Got to talk to everybody. It was fun.
Awesome. Congrats.
Thanks.
Good job.
Second place male finisher, Zach Marin.
I was really impressed with how Zach kind of rallied there at the end. He looked like he was cooked about
Totally.
mile 90, and then came back. And as we mentioned off the air, it looked like Pete had an outside shot of making it really interesting. And then all of a sudden, Zach went from dead to
He heard us.
yeah. Somebody definitely put a bug in his ear. So. Congratulations to Zach on an excellent second place finish here at the Jackpot Ultras, the USATF 100-mile road championship. Our next finishers, I see that in the overall scheme of things that Pete Kostelnik has
Yeah, he just moved up one spot.
very slight overall lead at third place overall over Sierra de Graaf. How big of a margin are we talking on that? Is it
30 seconds. Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
And with about 4 loops to go for each of them, 5 loops.
Yeah, I think at this point Pete will probably hold that steady through. I mean, yeah, we can look at their recent 11:36 for Pete and 12:49 for Sierra for their last 2 loops. The kind of big race, within the race is I think Heather and Sally, competing for the women's podium, kind of fighting it out for third. They are within, just a lap or so of each other with still 11 laps to go.
Yeah, a quick shout out. I was walking through the pit row area and I ran into a guy we've seen run in the past with us, Jimmy Strayhorn. Jimmy is a younger runner. He's in his 20s, 29, I believe. And he was out at Desert Solstice the last couple of years. He's had a top 5 finish at Rocky Raccoon. I believe that his PR for the 100 miles is about 15:40 actually at Rocky Raccoon. He finished 4th one year. And I asked him, hey, first of all, I was surprised to see him. Second of all, I asked him why he wasn't running, and he said that he hadn't, his training hadn't gone exactly the way he wanted, but he alluded to the fact that he and Pete were stationed next to each other at Desert Solstice last year, and ever since then they've been kind of working and training together. I mean,
That's awesome.
that's 2 pretty talented runners, 2 guys that are in the 16 range in a 100-miler that working together because they live just an hour apart. Hopefully it pays dividends for them near and far. So shout out to Jimmy for hanging out for a few minutes, getting a chance to talk to him. Do we have any movement a little bit further down in the ranks, perhaps? Looks like, yeah, okay, of course, Jonah and Zach have already finished. Pete Kostelnik is 3rd male. Alex Docta is 4th male, 5th overall.
Yeah, Lisa just passed Sam recently, so that's been one move. I think that was
Lisa
this
has
past
been
loop.
charging very much over the last couple hours. She's looked really good. Sam Skeels is the 5th male, 7th overall. Heather Huggins, Sally McRae are 3rd and 4th women, 8th and 9th respectively. And Sally had been closing that gap for a little while. I don't know. It looks like it might be about a lap and a half gap at this point. Sumner Jones in 6th among the men. Andrew Clay 7th. Larry Stevens 8th. Jean Pommier 9th. And a new name to the list in the top 10. Remo Spagnol of Austin, Texas has entered the top 10 on the men's side at Jackpot. We'll see what we can dig up on Remo here. The name seems really familiar. I think he might have run out across the years, but I'll take a look. Rounding out the top 10 on the women's side after Sierra, Lisa, Heather, and Sally are Megan Eckert in 5th, Jen Francis in 6th. Kathy Eartham in 7th. And I'd like to check out what Kathy is all about. From Wisconsin, somebody who has been moving up steadily throughout the race. Van Fan in 8th. Yolanda Holder in 9th. And 10th is Louise Mason at this point. So let's find out what we can about Remo Spagnol. So Remo ran Coldwater Rumble a few weeks ago and across the years. I was right about that. He ran 2 different races at across the years. He ran a 48-hour and a 100-miler. So he covered a couple 100 miles at across the years in 2 different races. Wonder if he's trying to count out his, some 100-milers, trying to get on that Davy Crockett hundreds list. Looks like he's finished. Well, he's got a pretty stout resume. So
Here comes Sally.
2020 since the beginning of last year, Coldwater Rumble, across the years 100-miler, across the years 48-hour, Fat Ox 48-hour, Route 66 140-miler, Moab 240, Wildcat Ultras, Badwater, Keys Ultra, Badwater Salton Sea, Beyond Limits Ultra 48 hours, Badwater Cape Fear, Jackpot Ultras. That's since last Jackpot.
Yeah.
He is a
Holy
very
smokes.
busy person.
It's a lot of travel, a lot of race entry fees.
A lot of races. And, his history only dates back on Ultra Sign up to 2018. And it looks like he first started hitting
Just got the bug.
the 100-mile distance in December of 2019 at Brazos Bend. But in that time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, probably about 2,500 milers since 2019. Wow. And so that is Remo Spagnol, who's moved into 10th place on the men's side. On the women's side, I wanted to look up Kathy Eartham, I believe that would be how that's pronounced.
Take a quick break.
Oh, sure. Kathy Eartham, multiple 100-milers late last year. The volume on some of these runners is just absolutely incredible.
It's cold.
It looks like last year
When you're shivering.
Kathy finished 6th in the Jackpot USATF 100-miler, and she's trending 7th right now, so she's right about where she was. It looks like she's about 4 laps of 6th, and about 33 miles to go, 32 miles to go. But yeah, lots of experience there. Multiple runs at Mines of Spain. Jackpot has attended multiple times. Superior Fall 100. Yeah, several years of events. Kettle Moraine back in 2013 would be her first 100-miler. So she's been around the scene, it looks like, in the Midwest for quite a while. Lots of runs in Iowa and Minnesota. '69 runners watching right now, or 69 viewers watching right now. Very nice.
Good to see you here on.
Andrew Glaze, I'm sorry? Oh, that's Andrew Glaze and Sierra that are running together in tandem. Sierra's she's almost done here.
She's close.
Got about 5 loops to go. Yeah, this is a cool little shot here with our drone following on the dark side of the moon over there.
By the way, unrelated to this race at all, but I have a friend who's good friend of mine who's cross-country skiing at the Yellowstone Rendezvous tomorrow, 25K race, and he just sent me the 50K race entry list, and on the list is a guy named Adam Peterman
Really?
skiing a 50K cross-country ski race tomorrow in West Yellowstone.
Interesting.
You know, you
Doing a
never
little
know.
cross-training
you never know
for,
what people are going to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
I was mentioning I happened to see a familiar face to us from Desert Solstice. I saw Jimmy Strayhorn hanging out over there.
Oh,
Jimmy, of course,
nice.
has run Desert Solstice the last couple of years. And he's actually out here just he and his wife are out here to support Pete. Apparently he and Pete had their tents set up next to each other last year at Desert Solstice. Got to talking, got to comparing notes, and they only live an hour apart, so they're training together. So
Excellent.
And Jimmy is a very stout runner in his own right. People might not be familiar with him. He's kind of an under-the-radar guy, even regionally. But he's a sub-16 hour 100 miler.
Yeah.
So Jimmy and Pete working together is probably going to lift both their boats in that regard.
Absolutely. Yes, a question about Pacers. No Pacers in USATF events.
Correct.
I think there are Pacers in other events here as part of the Jackpot Ultras weekend, but no Pacers in the USATF.
That's not to say that like runners might not or
But
might run
match
side by
up with
side.
one another
Yeah.
or
So,
get together. Or, yeah.
but I wouldn't necessarily consider that pacing, as they're both entrants. And then this is a national championship. I mean, they want to run their best race possible. So.
So Pete Kostelnik, not surprisingly, has moved up through the field all day from about 10th or 12th place overall to where he currently sits in third and where he's likely to end up finishing when all's said and done. But great run for Pete. He's moved to Phoenix in the last year or so. I've seen him around on the trails from time to time.
Yeah, he is everywhere.
Yeah, he's everywhere, no doubt.
I'm glad to see Pete have a good race at this
Yeah.
event.
And it feels like he raced this. I mean, I think, what was it, probably by about mile 60 at Desert Solstice, he kind of realized the pace was hot and, lived to fight another day. To here, he kept it going, and this is a finish he can be happy with for sure.
This is a Cocodona training run for him. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
As
Gosh, and it's as Matt noted in the chat earlier, from around the world in Australia, there's quite a few Cocodona sort of preppers here at Jackpot.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, it doesn't have a whole lot to do for the terrain, but for time on your feet and getting out there and just an early March training run as you're gearing up for something like the Cocodona 250. It's not bad.
And Pete, of course, never one to take the easy way out, is also registered for the Dome the following month.
Sure.
So,
Not to mention the 24-hour tomorrow.
yeah.
whether he toes the line. And there they are. They're
curious
still,
about that.
They're still together. I love these girl power right here, Sierra and Lisa. It's pretty much looking like, they're going to run together till Sierra's finished, and then Lisa will do a couple more laps.
Somebody get Andrew Glaze a shirt. He's making me uncomfortable with how cold it is out there.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe if he had a shirt on, he'd be able to hang with Sierra and Lisa, but it looks like they're dropping him. Yeah, I know we're just sitting here, but even looking at all the other runners, I mean, here's a guy with an Aravaipa hoodie.
That's BB.
We have a lot of our buddies out here with puffy coats on and fleeces and long pants, and Glaze is here rocking a pair of 2-inch splits and nothing else. So let's hear it from all y'all in the chat. If you were us, would you be telling Glaze to put a shirt on?
It's cold, man. I just don't get it.
I know we're down here in the desert, and you hear from Chris and I all the time about how miserable it is down here when it gets into the 50s. But, I mean, it's a full-blown 47 degrees.
And it's a desert 47,
yeah,
which means it's cold.
And if you factor in the...
This morning when it was sunny and it was allegedly 43 degrees, it felt far warmer than 47 does right now.
Exactly.
Far warmer.
This 47 feels dark and cold and lonely. I mean, this is the 47 that'll just make you curl up in your sleeping bag until the sun gets up above.
A quick little update on the 48-hour race. Because I noticed
good, yeah.
BB was leading the race. He's currently 83 miles in at the 15-hour mark. And knowing BB, he's just taking his sweet old time. Yeah, he's doing about a 26, 27-minute loop on that course, which is a 2.3-mile loop. So he's running just over a 10-minute mile pace from the looks of things.
Where's Garmeyer?
Garmeyer is third. It's
and what's his pace? And Don. Well, that's a good race right there. BB,
yeah.
Don, and Garmeyer.
Yeah, three solid competitors. It'll be interesting to see if Jeff can keep up with BB. I know that Jeff has been running with female race leader Rachel Entrikin.
Mm-hmm.
They've been running together the entire time, like literally in step with one another. As you can see, they're on the same loop, on the same lap, and 1 second apart. Amy Maurer, who is no stranger to multi-day races, is currently running second among women, and in third is Lori Bowen. So, of course, also in the race, you've got Ed the Jester Eddinghausen, chalking up you're looking to chalk up yet another 100-mile-plus race. Just doing it the way that the Jester does it. See if there are any other...
Eric Clifton's put on another layer. Good to see.
Did he take it out of Andrew Glaze's bag, perhaps?
Yeah. Right.
He's not using them.
I mean, my friends Eric and John have 3 layers on each, and Glaze is still rocking the skin suit, literally.
In terms of the 6 hour, we have a handful of runners. This is just the first wave of multiple waves, as they're going to have a 6 hour tomorrow. Of the 5, your leader in that race is Sean Greener Jr., who is currently 34.64 miles. And his race, actually, they're almost...
He's moving.
They're almost drawing to a close, though.
That's a 5-hour 50K.
Yeah.
But he's
excellent.
almost done.
Yeah.
Because they started at 6 our time, so... Yeah,
he might have time
minutes.
for perhaps 2 more loops to add to his total, so he might be looking at a total in the realm of perhaps 39 miles.
Mm-hmm.
On the lead on the women's side is Jenny Picker from California at 20.78 miles at the 5 hour mark. As far as the 12 hour goes, we have a handful of runners in that as well. The leader is PJ Pathalski out of Payson, Arizona.
Do you know PJ?
I do not.
No, I don't know either.
Nope. But currently 25.4 miles into his race, and the women's leader is Karen Vollen, local from North Las Vegas, currently at 18.47 miles. And that is for the 12 hour, and this is the first
which will
heat
also
of the
have
12
multiple.
Hours. Exactly.
Yeah,
you can see Jeff Garmeyer coming in right now.
Here's Jeff.
And Jeff talking about how he is going too fast. He is at the 77-mile mark at this point. He's going a little bit too fast. What? 77 in the 48 hour. I mean, he's basically in a. It looks like Don Reichelt is perhaps a lap ahead of him, and BB is 2 laps ahead of him. So.
They're just. I mean, it seems like Jeff and Rachel are just kind of running and chatting.
Yeah, they've looked very relaxed
carrying
throughout the day.
on,
They don't look like they're really working hard at all. They look like they're having a good
I don't
time.
think they've started really running yet. Aaron Swank asked, why do they break up the 6-hour race groups? Well, no, it's not just the 6-hour race groups. Let's go to the race program. I mean, there are this is an Aravaipa race that has been inherited from the founders of the Jackpot Ultras. So we had a 6 and 12 hour took off this evening at 6. Then tomorrow, the 100-miler regular course start at 22 hours. Then another 24 and 12-hour start. 100-mile regular course start, a 50-mile, and a 12 and 6-hour Saturday evening start. As well, by the way, as a 6-hour Sunday morning start. I think ultimately the answer, Aaron, is to give people plenty of options, plenty of opportunities to run. I mean, heck, maybe you work on Saturday and you want to run 6 hours on Sunday. Maybe you work on the weekends and you want to run 6 hours on a Friday night before you get a little sleep and work through your weekend. At Aravaipa, we provide for everybody, and especially here at Jackpot. I mean, it's Vegas, right?
It's all about options.
Yeah.
It's Henderson.
And it's Henderson. And there's all kinds of options. So, I mean, I think truthfully, with the exception of a few people, maybe at the front of the pack, a lot of these folks signing up for these fixed time races, or they want to get some miles, they want to get some training, they want to run some fun stuff with their friends,
Get some sweet swag.
Get sweet swag, have an aided training run. I mean, there's no reason to get carried away. Yes, of course, the 100-mile USATF championship is a competitive race. I'm sure there'll be people tomorrow in the 24-hour that are going to be thinking, I want to get as many miles as I can in that 24-hour. But aside from probably those two races, we're talking about folks out here having a good time.
Yeah, and if they can do so in an organized fashion, and also I think that having multiple options for the 6 and 12 hours also prevents there being some log jams on the course as well.
Follow-up question: do they compete against each other? Good question.
Yeah, all the
all the
6 hour and 12 hour results are
aggregated.
pooled with
all
one
the
another.
times are aggregated, and it's just like when you're playing your golf tournament at your local club, and some guys tee off on Friday, and some guys tee off on Saturday, and some guys tee off on Sunday. They pool all the scores together and decide who plays on Monday.
You want to trade seats, Patrick?
Warm.
Our broadcast colleague Patrick Karen is.
He got so cold he couldn't talk. He got so cold he couldn't. There's Mad Dog coming through again. Attaboy. Again, just getting started. By the way, all of our octogenarians, if you're wondering at home, are still in the game. No drops, not even a hint of dropping, and in fact, keeping steady lap paces. Again, they're running the short loop, the 1.17 mile loop, but all of them are, continuing to run between 21 and 24 minute loops. At the front of that group is Eddie. He goes by Eddie Rousseau, and then David Blaylock has been working his way closer to Eddie through the day. And then you have Todd, Ian, and Dennis. Ian has leapfrogged Dennis in the last couple of hours, but Dennis is not far behind. I would keep my eyes on David Blaylock if I were a betting man on the 80-somethings because even though he's currently 4 miles behind Eddie, he's been rock solid and actually increasing his pace. And not that Eddie's looked tired, but, you don't want to mess with David Blaylock. And don't get me wrong, folks. They're competing with one another. These 580-somethings, you don't often get to throw down with 580-somethings in a 100-mile race.
Yeah,
it
this
also happens to be a USATF national
Yeah,
championship.
it's a gathering of the best of them.
Yes, it
really.
is. Yes, it is. Truly a circle of elders with these guys. And, just projecting, you take Eddie's 54 miles in 15 hours. He might be out of here he could be out of here by lunchtime tomorrow.
That would be
David
pretty
Blaylock
amazing.
could make it to, 3, 4 in the afternoon tomorrow.
Well, that would put them at the 28-hour mark, which would establish a new American standard for the 80 to 84 age
Absolutely
group.
could. Speaking of David Blaylock, here he is, red hat, going hard. In fact, moving faster than he was this morning. He must like the night. He just said he loves the night. He's got his
He loves
jacket
the
on.
nightlife. He likes to
He's
boogie.
rolling. And here are our number 1 and number 2 ladies. This is so cool to see. They've done the last, 5, 6 laps together. Just great stuff. Sierra and Lisa. Nice work. You hear the crowd. The sisterhood, the camaraderie. It's great.
And of course, Sierra has just under 3 laps to go at this point.
Did it click off? Yes. So she has 3 laps to go if it clicked off. And Lisa has 6. Man, Lisa will be lonely once Sierra finishes.
At least there's a few extra runners. Actually, yeah, our 6-hour runners will be leaving the course. The 12 hours will still be staying on.
So, Chris, you were here last year, right? Was this your first time here last year?
Yeah.
And it was not an Aravaipa race.
No,
But,
it was.
Aravaipa did the live stream.
Yes.
And how's it been? A little bit warmer, I think. It's
A
cold
little
now,
bit
but-
warmer. It was colder last year. But the times do not stack up with our times from last year.
It was a faster, more competitive.
Yeah. I guess it's still competitive this year, but it's just, as far as, what we had last year, we had Camille and Arlen putting down a couple of amazing times. And on, on both sides, on the men's and the women's side, you had some really stout competition. I believe the top 3 on the women's side were Camille Herron, Stephanie Flippin, and Nicole Monet, if I remember correctly. And then on the...
And were they all sort of under 50? We know Camille was under 13.
Camille
Were they
was
all
under
15.
Yeah. Let me pull it up. I'm pretty sure that Nicole Monet ran a sub 14 as well. That's Desert Solstice. So, last year on the women's side, it was Camille Herron at 12:41, Nicole Monet at 14:01.55.
Wow.
And Stephanie Flippin at 14:34. So you had 3 women break 15 hours at the race last year. And on the men's side, you had Arlen Glick at 13:10, Alex Nichols at 13:44, and Mark Hammond at 14:08. followed very closely by Jonah Backstrom, this year's winner.
This year's
So
winner. Yeah.
Jonah has gone. Of course, Jonah is the 2023 USATF 100-mile champion. So he's gone in 3 years from 8th to 6th to 1st, going from 1908-24 to 14-11-03. As he approaches the age of 50.
Yeah. That's insane.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Insane. That's insane. Well, of course, the change of directorship of the race, the change of the weekend, as Jamil has pointed out to us, will be returning to President's Weekend next year, which may be a more desirable. It was a crazy month of February in Phoenix this year with the Super Bowl and the Phoenix Open, but returning to President. Yeah, I'm right. Don't check on me.
No, I was going to say the Super Bowl is here next year.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah, but it's the week before President's Day.
Okay. Well,
So-
that doesn't matter. What Jamil told me, unless he was lying, is that, and I know he wasn't, the race is back to President's Weekend.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I
Here.
just wanted to verify when the Super Bowl was next year because I was thinking like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, because it's going to be in Vegas.
Yeah.
And then that will be Black Canyon and Phoenix Open weekend for those of us back in the Valley. Still a busy time for
Oh,
Aravaipa.
absolutely. Yeah. Well, when is it not?
July.
As the crowd just kind of nods. So yeah, last year here at Jackpot, you had one runner break 13, 3 overall breaking 14, and 8
That was
breaking
fast.
15.
That was fast.
Yeah, 8 runners breaking the 15-hour mark last year versus 2 this year.
Yeah.
There's Pete Kostelnik. Pete has 2 laps to go. He'll be looking at, if he's got 2 laps to go, he'll be looking at breaking 16. Probably be in the high 15s.
Yep, it's looking like that. If he rolls the way he's rolled, which he's a consistent runner.
Absolutely.
And Alex Dokta is still running well. He's not going to give up without a fight. There's Pete. He just reloaded. He'll be comfortably under 16. He's got 34 minutes to do that.
Yeah, and assuming that that does hold, so did it be the first time in a couple years where Pete has broken 16 hours in a 100-miler?
Yeah.
So good on Pete for having one of his better results in the last few years. The last time he broke 16 hours was in March of 2021 at the Prairie Spirit Trail 100 in Ottawa, Kansas.
I have to admit I haven't heard of that one.
Can't say that I have either.
I'm sure it's good. Don't get me wrong, but
It looks like for their 100-miler this year, they've got about 45 entrants.
mm-hmm. In their ultra sign-up picture, it looks like a long, lonely Kansas road.
through some potential shade trees.
Indeed. Looks a little Blair Witch Project meets Children of the Corn to me. Thank you all for sticking into the chat. Sally McRae coming through again, lap 77. She's down to single digits. For laps, that is.
I'm really curious to see if Sally is able to close the gap any further on Heather Huggins. Heather had been dealing with a rough patch there for a while in the middle of the race, but it seemed like she
kind of steadied the ship with a bunch of 12-somethings. Sally.
Sally's been kind of slowing down a little bit.
I'm going to bet Heather keeps it going. More curious to see what happens to Lisa once Sierra gets it done. But I suspect Lisa will be like, okay, well, it was nice to do these 7 laps with you. I got to get this done myself now.
And Lisa's got a sizable gap on Heather as well. So.
Thank you, everybody out there, for tuning in to Aravaipa Running and the 2023 Jackpot Ultras USATF 100-mile road national championships here in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. For many of you, it's in the middle of the night. Those of you out on the East Coast, it's getting into the wee hours of the morning. For those of you who might be tuning in Europe or the Pacific Rim, happy tomorrow. Sumner still rocking with the Taylor Swift shirt. It's taken all of my self-restraint to not break into Taylor Swift songs every time he comes by, but none of you would want that. Got to give the guy credit, 22 years old, rocking a Taylor Swift concert shirt, tucked in, as I've noted earlier. Still calm on the wind department, but from what we hear, it's going to be a different story tomorrow. It's going to be breezy. And it is known for being breezy here in the Vegas area. But these athletes have been treated to a very calm and sort of chill day and evening.
It is super cold.
It is cold. Yep.
It's cold if you live in Arizona cold.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that our Beast Coast colleague is.
Yeah, I mean,
just loving
Patrick's
it.
all. I mean, he's all bundled up, but I mean, he's from some horrendously cold place where I think like everything freezes in November and doesn't thaw until April or some shit like that. I've heard there are places like that in the world. There you go. Keep it moving. You only have Eric Clifton behind you. That used to scare me. Kind of still does scare me. Hey, Eric. I love to see you doing what you do. Eric Clifton. I won't bore you. Just Google him.
Thanks, I will.
So nice to see him out here. 64 years old. Yeah, lots of cool photos.
Eric Clifton,
2021
legendary
ultra running
100-mile
history
trail runner.
Hall of Fame
Did he run Desert Solstice?
Well, there's a picture of him running a track in Arizona.
Yeah, that was taken at Desert Solstice. I don't know what year. It'd be a few years ago because that's you can see the Jester's hat right behind him.
He was
2014 Desert Solstice is when this
inducted
picture was
into
taken.
the American Ultra Running Hall of Fame in November of 2021.
Eric was the fastest and most dominating 100-mile trail ultra runner during the 1990s. During that era, he had the most overall 100-mile wins in the world and would usually win by wide margins. His career best 100-mile time on trails was 13:06:02. And he did hold the JFK 50 course record at 5:46:22, and
which stood for 17 years.
it's pretty amazing.
He still holds some course records. Also won Badwater and had early success at Barkley.
What does success at Barkley entail?
It probably means he's still alive.
I guess that might mean he was able to eke out a fun run or two.
Yeah, but also if you sit around and chat with Eric around the fire or on a run or having a beer after a run, I mean, he's just scroll through his ultra sign up.
Oh, I am.
It's first ultra in the mid early 80s. Mountain Masochist, which is, I think most East Coasters know, is the oldest, aside from JFK, East Coast Ultra. Did that a bunch of times.
Multiple wins at Vermont 100. JFK 50 wins. Strollin Gym wins. Old Dominion wins. Superior Fall race. Arkansas Traveler. These are wins. These aren't just races.
Yeah. All of these that you're rattling off are wins,
Mohican.
and they're typically wins where he went off the front.
Rocky
and was
Raccoon.
gone. Sun Mart was a thing back in the day. It was a December race, kind of like what the North Face
And
San Francisco race became.
Umstead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm only naming the big ones. Crown King Scramble. He did win the 50-mile version of Crown King.
Yep. If you click on that, you might see my name a little further down the results.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. Clifton beat Dennis Pulhico, a legend. Paul Bonet was 4th. I was 6th. Jay Loesch, another legend, 8th. That was a fun day. We only did that for a few years, the Crown King 50-miler. Started out in Morristown at 3 a.m., went by the old Castle Hot Springs Resort and made a left-hand turn, merged onto the Crown King 50K course, and proceeded up to Crown King. But I remember running with Eric for, 5 minutes that year before he dusted us all.
Continuing the wins that he's listed.
Phoenix
Ice
National
Age.
Trail is a good one, by the way. Check that one out in 2000. That was a Galopy race.
Yeah.
You can see, look at this list. Ian Torrance, Chad Rickliffs, Dale Peterson, Dennis Pulhico, Eric Clifton. There's their top 5.
Yeah,
He used to come out here and run all the time.
Mojo.
Yeah,
little bit
Mojo's
further
down there. Scott St. John.
Cam Reed, Paul Bonet.
Yeah. It was a who's who.
Yeah.
Chase Duarte,
There's Jay Loesch again.
Pam Reed. Yeah, good stuff.
Tom Ford, who I had the chance to meet.
Not a race. There are few races that Eric Clifton has not at least started. Now, I will say, in the second 25 years of his ultra career, he dropped a fair bit more than he finished, but that was how he went. He was a go-for-broke guy.
But yeah, like the
Love that
90s
about
into the early 2000s,
There's a Barkley one loop. You start to see that.
Wins at Badwater and Kettle Moraine as the decade drew to a
Third
close,
place at
99.
Zane Grey. If you click on that, I'm guessing that Jurek won it. No, Ian Torrance won it. Jonathan Worstwick, old timer. Good stuff. But yeah, he did the Bighorn the first year it was run in 2000.
And he's still out here getting it done.
Yes, he is.
On the Jackpot course.
Yep. 64 years old. Old Pueblo, classic southern Arizona race.
Gorgeous
Did that
area.
a bunch of times.
They've changed the course on that
Yeah, they
now
have.
from a single loop to a 2-loop race. They're in a divide in a beautiful area of Southern California.
Yeah. Waldo, legendary race. Quad Dipsy. He lived in the Bay Area for a little while, did a lot of races out there. You know, obviously,
Very stout. Yeah, Eric Clifton, who
like
is
all of us, slowed in recent years, but really fun to see him out here.
just plugging along in the 48-hour.
Yep.
I see Aravaipa Racing Team member Maya Detmer has entered the chat and is cheering on.
Sierra
Cheering on
for a
Sierra.
good, strong finish. Good to see you, Maya. So when Sierra comes around for this lap, she'll have 1 to go. She'll be on her bell lap.
And Pete is on his final lap.
Pete's on his final lap. Dennis Trafficante coming up.
You want to jump in? You want to jump in?
One thing about these 80-something guys, I think they can walk and sleep at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a thing. There's Mad Dog again, coming through. Looking as steady as ever. Patrick, welcome back to the broadcast. We have 2 finishers. We have Pete on his last lap. We have Sierra on her second to last lap. We have David Blaylock getting stronger and stronger with each preceding lap. He's just moving well. We have American flag guy coming up.
All right. Let's see. Dun, dun.
Again, for those of you on the live stream, we want to know, as we promised, we are here through, at least through the women's podium. We've had 2 male finishers. We're anticipating Pete Kostelnik finishing in the next few minutes. And in a wonderful turn of events, we have 4 of the top 9 participants in the race are women. Sierra is 4th overall, Lisa 7th, Heather 8th, and Sally 9th. We will certainly stay through all of their finishes. We wish we could stay on, for 48 hours, but our resources can only be stretched so thin. And we'll do the best we can. But thank you all for being on and for joining us in the chat, if you're so inclined, and for watching as this incredible event unfolds.
All right. We got Sam Skeels. I think he's been
Back
picking
up
it
on the 48-hour. There's Garmeyer. He just keeps going. Bump, 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 bump. Guess that was a
Wanda
little shade.
sidekick.
They're chatterboxes. They've been chatting every time they come by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
nice to have a pal out here.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it takes, right? Up and Datum, thank you. Yeah, we love these streams. We know that folks out there like them, but we also know that there are limits to what we can do. But this has been a lot of fun already. And as we await Pete with his third place finish, and as Chris mentioned before he went off, Pete's hasn't had a run this fast in a while, so kind of cool. We all know Pete does a lot of long stuff, but a sub 16 hour
Speedy guy too.
sub 16 hour 100-miler with the midst of whatever mileage he does is pretty cool. And with any luck, he'll be back tomorrow to run again. Got the drone back at that. Oh, there's Pete.
It's pretty cool, the shadows. Silhouette.
So that's the drone coming right up here. He's coming. They're chasing him right up this way. So Pete Kostelnik should be finishing in a few minutes, actually a few seconds.
No, I think that's not where we are, is it?
Yeah, it is. Those are the little pavilions.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Last uphill.
Yep. Bless me.
Sneeze those right off? Oh, it flips in, I think.
This way.
Yeah.
Here comes Pete. Oh, here comes our top two ladies. Still running together,
Pete
and
right
Pete
behind. He's
sprinting
closing.
right behind him. Attaboy, Pete! Oh, look at this! Woo!
Sad Pete sprinting across the line as
In
our
15:47
top two ladies, Sierra
and
Lisa
change.
coming through.
Pete Kostelnik just came through right at the same time as Sierra DeGroff and Lisa Cabiles, who've been running together now for, probably an hour at least.
Yeah, so Pete just closed out his day, and 15:47 for third place in the 100-mile road national championship. Sierra is embarking on her last loop of the course, 85 laps in, 1 to go. So I mean, she could squeak her way under 16 hours if she really pushes it. That would be 12 and a half minutes per loop, where her last one was 13:22. So if she could pick it up a little bit, we might see a sub 16 from her, which would be a huge PR.
Absolutely.
I
And
think 17.
I have to say, I did notice Alex Docta about 10 seconds behind that
Yeah.
running with a purpose. So
Yeah, he's closing out
perhaps
too.
I know our drone team and interview team is going to maybe have a chat with Pete, but it would be nice to see how that goes, because I think Alex may want to try to pick off Sierra and Lisa, who are running together. But we shall see. They were pretty much all together. If Alex was 15 seconds behind Sierra as they crossed the line. And, it's for Alex, it's fourth place. For Sierra, she's got it in the bag at this point, but could be a fun little thing to watch nonetheless. Peter Chi, go, Lisa, go. Yes, indeed. Has been a long day for us, but a fun day. And thanks for following along, Peter. And I think your gal Lisa is going to have a fine finish, although, she might have a lonely last 3 laps, because I think she's been running with Sierra now for at least an hour. There's Heather Huggins. She just came through. You can hear the crowd there for her. And I suspect in a few minutes we'll have Sally McRae come through, who will be our 4th place woman and 9th place overall. So as has become somewhat of a trend in ultra running in the last couple of years, the gender gap is certainly narrowing, and if form holds, 4 of the top 9 finishers will be women here at the Jackpot Ultras 100-mile USATF National Championship. So here, making us all feel cold coming up this last hill, is Andrew Glaze, still shirtless, and Ed Rousseau, not shirtless but running really well, on track for an incredible age group performance.
I think this would move, Andrew, maybe back up into...
he might have snuck ahead of Sumner, because I haven't...
Maybe not.
We'll get the update, I'm sure. And the drone is out now. So there, if you're getting that shot, you do see our top 2 women running together again. To note, they are 3 laps apart, but they've been locked into running together.
That's
Sierra
awesome.
DeGroff is the one that's slightly ahead on the right. Lisa Cabiles slightly behind on the left, but more or less they're all together.
Wonder if they'll round out the whole loop together. We'll get a little last minute.
It'll be interesting to see
Sierra.
if Alex Docta comes into the frame in the back. They're getting to that point where they make the right-hand turn onto the wide road. They're coming up on Ian Madison. You can't miss him with in his sartorial splendor of those red trousers. That's a beautiful thing there that Ian is doing. And now they're on that wide road. They're moving well. Interesting dynamic, actually, when you think of a multiple loop race. You know Lisa knows she's 3 laps behind. But they've just locked in with one another. And
I think at some point she realized she didn't have enough room to work with, and decided, hey, why don't we work together? Why don't we close this one out together?
Yeah, close it out together. And
it's hard enough as is, so why not share the last few miles?
It's pretty cool.
With a friend.
Then they make this little right-hand turn here. They have a nice downhill then coming up.
Are you guys in Chris, are you guys interviewing Pete or no?
We just did.
You did.
We probably did it for sounds like a production piece. I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
realize that I thought we were feeding in.
Yeah.
I didn't realize we weren't.
Okay.
He asked if we were going to interview Pete. I was like, no, we just did.
But it didn't.
We didn't do it live.
Yeah.
I just recorded it.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure we didn't miss her.
Yeah.
I didn't want to chance it.
That will be live though.
Yeah, I'm going to do it live. Definitely.
So here we have, this is fun. Running together, Sierra and Lisa on the drone shot. This is the nice gradual downhill. Those condos right across the lake. They're probably 6 minutes from here. Running together. Frankly, I don't think they even care if Alex is back there. They're just running well.
17-17.
Yeah, that's incredible. After her Sierra slam, if you were tuned in earlier, with a Cascade crest, Angeles crest, Leadville triple in the summer of 2022 for Sierra DeGroff. A couple of shorter distance races then in the fall, and now this kind of a flat and fast 100 that it looks like it's going to be slightly north unless they really put on the afterburners. It's going to be slightly north of 16 hours, but not by much. That's a fantastic flat and fast 100. They're on that little gravelly bit that we've talked about through the day that then leads into the spillway. They cross the spillway, make a gentle right-hand turn, and begin the long gradual climb here to the finish. Again, for those of you curious about the Jackpot Ultras and what it's all about, you can see you've got homes and hotels and restaurants and kind of surrounding us on all sides. It's definitely an urban/suburban experience here, but all the amenities you could need, you would want, and a great destination ultra if you're looking for such a thing, especially in February, March, if you're trying to escape the cold somewhere. Henderson, Nevada pulls out all the stops for the runners here. And they have made that last gentle turn. There's a point where they intersect with the 48-hour course or the long course. Oh, Alex Docto did get ahead of them, so he's moving.
Nice job.
So he's going to
There you go,
jump into fourth overall with that, which is great.
Squeaking under 16 hours.
And that's done. Fourth overall in 15:57. He's like, I'm done. That's an impressive close, by the way, for Alex Docta. An impressive close.
Approaching hour 16. Started at 8 a.m. this morning. Now we're at almost 1 a.m. in the morning. Very excited to see Sierra DeGroff, our women's champion, crossing the line in minutes. I think we can see her maybe just coming into view in the distance. But yeah, wow, our women's 100-mile road national champion with a huge PR. Coming in with a previous PR of 17:17.
Yep, local gal
Yeah,
from Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Traveled around the West running a lot of mountainous hundreds. Decided to keep it close to home this early spring race, and
It's paid off.
as you can see in our drone shot, looks like she and Lisa are still stride for stride. American flag guy is coming through first. And perhaps Lisa has way to Sierra. Yep, and
All
here
right, she's sprinting
Sierra's
it in.
going to go and come by. Sierra
she's got-
DeGroff.
Oh, she's going to
And
squeak under.
she's got 16,
Woo!
sub 16, with a little push at the
Nice.
end
The
to.
official time reads
We'll wait for the official time, but it looked like
15:59,
on our
56.
15:59:56.
Wow. All right. Well, we're gonna tune out. Well, at least our audio while you tune in.
To the interview.
You are going. Champion.
Get you warm first. So do you want a water right now? Okay, go get you water. Yeah, you can. That's what I like. Let me grab some water.
Nice work. Nice work.
Congrats.
Yeah, girl. Get it.
Man, why does running road hurt so bad? That's fine. You know, I did something stupid. I ran the rock and roll half on Sunday too.
She didn't just run it. She did a 123. So yeah, you.
Well,
You got a 7-minute
two
PR there.
PRs in a week.
Yeah, right? What a week. 2 big PRs.
This will be a big year. And the bad water too, so pretty epic. I'm just, yeah, this is cool.
Super cool. Holy smokes. We're stoked at 17. Now 16. Under 16. So.
Right on. Like 2 seconds. Doesn't matter, still counts.
Yes, it does.
There's a 15 in front of it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, my A goal, it rubbed away.
15.
Whatever the Desert Solstice A,
15:35,
but I would
right?
still probably get in, right?
I mean,
I don't know. Maybe.
See, I think pretty good shot, especially this year.
Because I have the
'Cause
B
they have-
standard.
And they have the Worlds is this year too, so I think that it'll probably open up some more opportunities.
Then I can run around a track.
really get loopy.
400 meters.
Hey, that's hot.
Do you want
do
to
you
talk
think-
about how your day played out? It seems like you were pretty consistent.
Yeah. Well, my pace chart told me I needed to run an average of a 9:36, but I felt really good earlier, so I just was like, why not run 7s instead? In this course, it was definitely easier than across the years. Like, that is what I had been told. I know I live in Vegas, but I never run out here. Like, I've literally ran out here like once in my life. And I did not train out here for this. But that hill, and like going the same direction every loop. Yeah, and then I definitely had some low points, slower miles, but pulled it back together at the end. So I don't know. It was fun. Now it's over.
It's done.
So my legs feel like trash, though.
Let's see how it is when you stand up, huh?
Yeah.
You'll still do your Tuesday run. I'm just kidding.
It's congratulations. One of the things I heard is that this is basically the start of another heck of a year for you. Obviously, you had a pretty robust 2022 schedule, and I guess you've got Badwater coming up. Is this part of your training? It's not every day you get a chance to use a national championship opportunity as a training run. So do you feel that this race maybe helped prove some things to you, or like give you kind of an idea of where you stood in relation to your prep for Badwater?
Yeah, I mean, every 100, I've been getting better and better at like executing at the end. I mean, I've done 10 now, I think. So it still scares me to put that 3.5 after the 1-2, and it's a lot of road. But yes, I think this helped for sure. It couldn't be better, and it's right where I live, so super convenient. I have a question. Has a Vegas local ever won this race? I was curious about that.
I don't think so in the USATF era.
We can look it up.
But
It's just like a fun fact. I just would like to know.
Yeah,
Take it for the whistle.
did that? Do you feel that helped you being able to like basically like sleep in your own bed and maybe get some home cooking in regards to your preparation for the race?
Definitely. I worked till 7 last night, and then I had to like eat dinner and go to bed. Yeah, my job's pretty ruthless. I have to work on Sunday too, so I'm glad that I got done so early. But
Plenty of time to go home, catch the news, and get into bed
lazy
and
tomorrow.
relax.
what time do we have to come back tomorrow? Don't we have to come back?
We have an awards ceremony at 10.
Oh man. You want to come drag me out of bed?
Actually, yeah.
But yes, hometown advantage for the weather, but our weather has been bizarre. I mean, it was like snowing on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So we really lucked out today.
Yeah, it was really windy when I got into town on Wednesday too, so it's been that way, it sounds like, all week. So
Yeah. Oh, I love Vegas. I think Vegas is one of the best places to train, and we're very fortunate that we get this kind of weather, like, well, half the year, I'd say. And then we got hot summers, but yeah. I don't live on this side of town, though, so that's why I don't run here. I live in Summerlin.
So you made a substantial improvement in your time from Desert Solstice this winter into today's event. What did you learn from Desert Solstice that you were able to apply to today's race?
Well, my biggest error it was across
Or
the
not Desert
years.
Solstice, across the
It's
years,
okay.
correct?
Timing chip was like cutting into my ankle because I had low cut socks and my leg was like bleeding, and I was like, if I don't take care of this, I'm gonna be screwed. And I only packed low rise socks. And then Peter Morimer was like, I have an extra pair of Injinjis, and his feet are like bigger than mine. And I was like, dude, I will take them. And I had to stop and put like Injinjis on sweaty feet, and it was like a 20-minute stop, and I was just so mad because I had to sit too. And with these, I can't sit because then I can't get going again. So I made sure I did not make those mistakes again.
One thing that I did notice about your race today was that you did take your time with your crew on several instances as the race was getting into the 60, 70-ish mile mark for you. Is that something that you feel like you might need to shave off some time in terms of interacting with your crew when you come to a race like Solstice?
Like across the years, I didn't have crew, so I basically just like popped in and popped out real quick. But yes, I agree. There was definitely some times like when Maya was helping me where I'm like good friends with Maya, and I'm like, I just want to yes with somebody, you know. And then you're like, well, it's adding time to the clock. Oh, I never stopped my thing. Oh no. Sorry, that's very important.
You can crop it on Strava. You should be able to.
I'm just going to write it in the description. Okay. Anyway, sorry.
Any other thoughts as to how your race went and where you're going from here?
I think it went really well, and I would like to go to Desert Solstice, but I guess we'll see. Got a couple things coming up before that, so. I have the Bear 100 later this year, too, so they'll force me back into the mountains again. But
Well, from what I can understand, the people behind Desert Solstice are definitely now under notice that you want to run the race. So we'll see if that helps your odds.
yay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Got a little
was
something
fun.
for you as well for your efforts.
Oh, sweet.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Excellent job.
This is like a very unique shape, too.
I like the shape.
I don't have one in this shape.
You want more water?
No,
Good for now.
I still have water. Or
Do you want to drink any right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Right here.
Can you untie my shoes?
Uh-huh.
Like just loosen them?
Do you want to put your little booties on or not
Oh,
yet? Let me
yeah.
go get your little booties. Let's get you out of these. Are you warm enough?
Oh, I should probably put my coat on.
All right, gang. Anything else?
She wants booties. I'll go grab her booties. Cool. Let's get, and then if someone wants to get
I'm just glad I ran across the years because then I would never know like that I was good at these things.
That was your first time doing something like that, flat 100, yeah.
And like loops.
Yeah.
Yes. Like I've done like Javelina and I've done Rocky Raccoon and I like that. Like those, I like the 20 mile, but yeah, I'd never
Very
done.
different.
It is different. I like the across the years course better though, like the mixed terrain and then the switching of directions. This is concrete, just hurts.
So I heard you consulted with Connor and Camille this morning.
Oh, who told you that? Connor's probably like, hey Camille, your little buddy won the race.
it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Connor did text me. So what kind of advice did they provide you when talking about this race?
Camille's the best for these kind of advices. She just said to like the last one was like be a marble in a groove, and for today it was something along those lines too, just like, and I love listening to her and her achievements and how she just gets through the pain cave or whatever. I mean, she's like, in my opinion, she's like the best woman ultra runner out there. I mean, she's constantly pushing the envelope. I mean, men and women. She was like the second fastest 100 in the U.S. last year. Like, that's impressive. So, yeah, no, she was super helpful, and she replied to me right away. It was funny because I texted her, and I'm like, is it okay that my bib says open and not my age? Because I didn't know. But, yeah, that's how we started that combo. And she's like, good luck today. I like Connor though. I've actually like toyed with the idea of hiring him as a coach, but I don't have a coach right now, so we'll see. I'm kind of stubborn though, and I like to do whatever I want. So. Like,
has a beer. I think John has a beer for you.
Well, I
whenever
have to
USTF is like.
I have to get
gotta do
a drug
the
test
test,
first, I
Let me
think.
get your strap.
But after that, I'd love to have one.
Congratulations. Yeah, you crushed it.
Good job, Sally. I was chatting with her earlier too, because it was funny. I saw her at Badwater because I crewed in pace last year, and then I did something similar to her race thing.
Yeah, this summer.
And I saw her at AC and I saw her at Leadville. So that's why I love this community. Like, you just see everybody everywhere. And then when you have an addiction to it, you're like seeing them all the time. Thank you. I miss Connor being here though. He's like my main source of entertainment. When he's like getting all fired up. In his Irish accent. I gave him that beer last year at the finish when he was like spraying it all
When he sprayed all over the place,
Yeah.
that was you?
I did.
Because I remember when Camille was across the course and he's like basically screaming
Screaming.
at her.
He's like, I can see her. And I'm like, how?
It was good. Jamil had that big light following her in the last section of the course.
Okay.
So.
He's so funny. We went and got dinner with them last year after the race. Like, she was just like walking like perfectly fine into the restaurant. I'm like, you are a superhuman, man.
Ever since she figured out her iron overload, her turnaround and recovery has been remarkable.
Yeah.
I talked with Connor about that, saying that a few years ago, he would have never been on board with her running like 300 or 400 milers in a 6-month period. And then she went out and had that stretch from Javelina through the spring through Jackpot, where she just crushed it. So.
I think, like, people... Good job, guys!
Good job.
I saw her at Cascade.
She's crushing it. She's doing so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's lead woman right now. Yeah.
I thought it was funny when they switched shirts earlier. Did you guys see that?
What's that?
When they switched shirts.
They switched shirts.
earlier.
They've done wheelbarrow.
I had to like do a double take.
Wheelbarrow
And
thing. They've been all over the
Just-
place. Awesome. Having a great time.
he's like the through hiker, right?
here.
Isn't he?
Jeff?
Hi, I'm Jonah. I was
Men's.
in the race too.
Yeah.
Oh, good job. You had like tattoos and stuff.
Yeah, I got some tattoos.
Yeah.
You passed me a couple times, yeah.
Good job.
Thank you. You too.
How you feeling now? Just so glad to be done.
That last loop, you're like, oh my god, this is it. Like,
That was exciting. Yeah.
yeah.
There's nothing like it.
No.
I did this last year.
No, that's great.
Now tonight, like I can't be on the street tonight.
It's like,
I
if he's
will.
out
You're
here,
willing? That and just the pain in my legs. Like I
This is
find
my second 100-mile
when you
one.
slept the first time.
Yeah.
slept after
I slept on a cot for like
Oh, you
3
camping
hours,
or-
and then Maya was finishing. And I was like, good job, Maya, like from my cot.
Well, there's Brian's got cots and sleeping bags and tents.
Dude, I couldn't get up. Like, even to go pee, I was like, I need help.
Did you have time to come in?
Yeah. I was gonna.
You-
Someone got a beer earlier. I was gonna take a
Oh,
look.
do they
I
want
did the
me
pee
to?
test.
I
Good luck on
yes.
the good luck
Get
on the
it!
pee test.
Oh,
It
yeah.
took me like 2 hours.
Study hard.
Yeah.
Oh
body,
crap.
you never know how it's gonna respond.
Yeah.
So.
Start chugging that water.
Well, I remember Camille last year. Like,
Something
they
that-
were
her and Arlen, they were just like on cots.
they were like wrapped in like
It was a mess.
foil. Like,
Yeah.
Something that helped me was I actually once I started to walk, I paced in the room and I turned the water on here and there.
You got it going.
Like through the running
I
ladder.
normally
The old
never
water
have
trick.
trouble peeing. Like, if anything, I pee way too much.
Okay, good. Well,
Yeah.
I was like, when's the last time you went? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not making it to the Tuesday run. I'm making the announcement now. Put it in the chat.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm taking it easy.
I'm proud of her. I'm so proud.
They all laugh because like I have a Tuesday morning trail run and we run like 9 miles and I like show up after
like,
I've ran
right
a
after.
100-miler and they're like,
She did
"What the
300 milers in 5 weekends last year and never
No.
missed a
Still
Tuesday
showed
run. And all 3 of them were out of town.
I might do the 6
Still
mile
showed up to
this
each
week,
one.
But I'm still
But
proud.
she's like, I'm going to be going slow. Her slow is, so we can keep up. The rest.
She's just about. Yeah. Yes. It got so bad.
Good job, ladies."
Woo!
So wait, is
Oh yeah, sorry.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
thank you.
Take care of the other day.
Is Lisa on her last now?
I can go with you.
The only thing is, I wanted to see Lisa
Finish.
because I feel bad. Is that okay? She's what?
Oh, she's on 8, so she still has 2 laps.
Do you think I could pee and then come back?
If you think you could go quick, we're normally pretty good about.
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
No.
I need help going.
You're very welcome. We have other hot stuff too.
By Jonah, our 100-mile men's champion, USATF champion, and Bryce was just mentioning last year a little bit of a funny interaction you had with him chasing you with the camera and you thinking he was a runner, or
Yep. All of a sudden, I heard footsteps and there was a light, I think, too.
Okay.
Can't remember, and I thought it was someone's headlamp, and it was the next person behind me. So I just started running faster, but they ran faster. It was him, and then I was running even faster, and he's running faster. I'm like, oh my God, they're making me kick all the way in, and I get to the finish, and then I look, and it's the camera guy.
That's awesome.
And I was like,
Well, you squeaked a few more seconds.
Yeah, a few more
out
seconds.
Of you, I guess.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, who was in the chat before I forget? One of your buddies was mentioning free beer for you at the Duck on Tuesday.
Oh, nice.
So not sure who it was, but yeah.
No, I have a lot of friends in the city who go to the Duck after practice.
Okay.
We practice at Kizar Stadium, and then people go to the bar.
That's awesome. Yeah, you had a great crew in the chat supporting you. It seemed like they all were texting each other, tuning in, and asking us to send you messages. And
nice.
Yeah, it was awesome to see just the camaraderie there. And yeah, just to start things off, I guess
really cool.
your goals coming into this race. Did you have any specific intentions in mind?
I did, and I didn't meet. Well, so one of my goals was to try to get my age group, the record, American record. I missed it. It was around 1350.
Yep.
So that was one of my first goals. I didn't think there was any chance I would win this race. So that one of my looking at the entrance, I saw some fast people. So I said I'd be happy with like a top 5 finish.
Yeah.
And then as the race progressed, I was like, I'm doing pretty good. Like top 3 is.
Yeah.
I'll adjust my goal to top 3, and then unfortunately with Zach, he dropped out, and suddenly I was in first, and I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
You always feel bad for your competitor if something comes up, but that's also part of the 100 miles. Like if.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. Even if they're leading by 10 miles.
Anything can happen in it. And so that's.
So that was at 47 miles that he dropped. And then, so yeah, you were only a couple loops back, I think. And so after that, you still have half the race in front of you. What did it feel like to be leading the race with 50 plus miles to go?
He actually pulled up in front of me, and he was running in front of me, and I said, what the heck, I'll just try to stay behind him because he's so good. And it's like, how many chances do you get to run with a record holder type, the best in the country? So I was like, I'll run behind him, but I was also cognizant, like I didn't want to mess with him. I knew he was going for a record, and I didn't want to. But he didn't seem to mind, so I ran like 2 laps behind him, and I was like, I feel really good at this point. And then I passed him he's pulled over that might have been when he dropped.
Okay.
He pulled over, and then I was like, oh, he's probably just getting aid. And then I kept going, and
I didn't see him.
I didn't see him anymore. And then someone told me, you're number 1 now. And I was like, that's a mistake.
Yeah, are you sure? Yeah, no, it was pretty exciting. You had pretty close competitors within a couple laps of you through the next all the way until I'd say 90 miles.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the other Zach Marin right on your tail.
Yep.
And then there was also another 2 or 3 guys for next.
And the way I
70.
The way I run is at that point in the race, I'm just I guess everyone's in the same boat, trying to struggle to keep moving your legs. So I was really hurting, and then my buddy was like, there's a guy, he's catching up to you. And I was like, the last thing I wanted to hear. I was like, no, I just
want to cruise it in.
So then I was like, yeah, F it. There's never going to be an opportunity like this again. So I just went from running 10-minute pace or slower, and I ran a 8:30 or 8:40, and then I just kept running 8:30s, 8:40s, and I was like, I can do it. Where did I find this? And so that's what's neat too about running is sometimes you have a special day. Usually I don't have special days. Usually I shit the bed, but I got lucky today.
Yeah, well, you seem like a grinder. You definitely seem like even if your day's not going well, you can still kind of push hard.
Yeah.
And I'm curious. You're just the little I know of you. It looks like you got into the ultra scene in 2019ish or so, but have a marathon history dating back decades.
Yeah.
What yeah, what was kind of made the switch? And even now, you still kind of compete at like
I
a
do
whole
cross
variety
country.
of you
I
were
do road. I
on
think
the-
they all help each other.
Okay.
And just makes it interesting. I don't consider myself an ultra runner. I just consider myself a runner.
Yeah,
So
totally.
I'll try anything and have the attitude like you only live once. So if you want to do something, like some of my friends, I think it's because they care about me. I don't know, but they're like, you shouldn't do that. Like the traditional like cross country, my cross country friends and like shorter distance runners I kind of get the feeling they think it's stupid, but I don't listen to them.
Why Jackpot? Why the 100-mile national champs? I think 2019. I mean 2021 was your first year here at Jackpot.
Yeah.
Then you came back in 2022 and improved like pretty drastically.
Yeah.
Like 1908 to 1410.
Yeah.
What brought you to Jackpot?
I wonder what it was. I'm trying to remember.
Did you know it was like the national?
I knew it was.
champs?
That's why it was the draw to run in the nationals.
Yeah.
Like I would have run the national championships anywhere.
Yeah.
But then it was like a cool venue too, like Vegas. People thought like 85 laps. That's going to be really crazy. But I tried to put a positive spin, like you get aid. You don't have to carry anything.
Yeah.
There's probably an ambulance nearby in case I drop dead. So I try to put a positive spin. People can see you and cheer for you. And
yeah, you've probably done some like indoor 10Ks too that are quite a few laps.
Yeah, yeah.
Not too
but I
anymore.
got into running longer than the marathon. My friend who's here was doing the PCT, and I wanted to surprise him, and he didn't know I was going to meet him out on the trail, but it was longer than I thought to meet him. So, like, I had never run over 26 miles or a marathon.
Yeah.
I was running out, and he wasn't there, and I kept going. I was like, I'm getting past. When I got to 15 miles, I was like, it's going to be a 30-mile day. I've never run this far. And then it was really hard. It was up in the mountains, but something about running on the trails, and I recovered pretty good from it. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll try a longer race.
Yeah.
And trail race. So that's how I got started.
And yeah, you won. I think you were the Masters champ of Moab this past fall in November.
That was amazing.
Are there other trail races that intrigue you, or
I won my age group in like the 50-mile championships.
Okay.
It was in the Pioneer Trail.
Oh yeah, yeah.
For my age group, and then like a few other. Like some 50Ks, road stuff.
100-mile trail?
I would like to do that, yeah. I looked at it this year, and I think it was sold out, or I forget where. I think it was in Brazos.
Oh, Brazos Bend, yeah.
I think so. I can't remember. But I remember it was, like, filled up. So
yeah. Well,
someday.
Aravaipa has Javelina in October. That would be a good one. I think
Okay.
that would suit your strengths pretty well, both your
Nice.
speed and, relatively flat race in the desert in October. Very
Nice.
competitive field. It's a golden
October's
ticket
long
race
enough away.
for-
Right now,
for
I don't
Western
want to think about
states.
running.
Yeah, I'll
anything,
just
but
put the
yeah.
seed in your mind.
Yeah, thank you.
But
Appreciate that.
yeah, what else is on tap for your year? Any other?
Yeah, I'm supposed to run the Quicksilver 100K.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've run 100K before. It's always like another distance. So, but right now I don't want to think about it. Like, it just sounds horrible.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I got
Nice.
some time.
Definitely. Yeah. What are you most looking forward to in your post recovery up ahead? Any
just
meal?
Just taking an easy week or so.
Yeah.
Just easy jogging and having a beer.
Having a beer.
After this. Yeah. Just
Awesome.
chilling.
Yeah. And then lastly, just like going back to your awesome team that was supporting you,
Mhm.
like do you train with those guys often, or train solo, or
Mainly
what's your
solo.
approach?
Yeah, there are some guys who do some longer stuff, ultras. But yeah, we're all kind of like
Kind of come
different
together
areas.
for races, but are
Yeah, we're kind of spread out. So occasionally we'll run together. I'm pretty much like my coach coaches cross country, and he'll put some like marathon workouts. I don't really follow any of that. I just do my own.
yeah.
I go by how I feel. I'm almost 50, so I'm like, if I feel like I'm about to, or if I just feel crappy, I don't do a workout. If I feel great, I do
Yeah.
a workout. And yeah, just self-coach, self-taught and motivated. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's
But
really
the teammates that I have, though, not to take anything away from, like, we'll go and get some organized workouts, and that's
Yeah.
always good to. There's
you
like
tap into that.
so many
or-
faster
yeah.
guys than me on my team. They're like always in contention for the national championships for cross country.
Yeah.
Our masters team is really
Yeah,
good.
you did you guys win? This
No,
time, or
we
you
were
were
so close. We were
right?
second.
Okay.
But yeah, so that running with people that are better than you and faster than you, which is a lot of my teammates, help me. It translates to the longer stuff.
Okay.
It makes it just easier especially for like a 50K shorter stuff.
Yeah.
I really think like running, 5Ks and 10Ks and workouts with those guys really helps that.
Yeah. Do you feel like it also, is there any transfer the other way where you feel like there's things that you take from your longer distance experience, like down to say a 10K, 5K, or?
Yeah, I mean, it mostly, a lot of times, like if I'm doing stuff simultaneous, it slows me down.
Yeah.
So I'm like sore from a 20-mile run on the trails or something, and then I'll jump in a workout and I'll be like struggling.
Yeah.
But it does make you tough for days like this,
Yep.
when you just are used to being in pain and struggling and suffering. That mental edge helps. But yeah, like if I feel like I'd run a lot faster in like cross country and shorter stuff if I was very like just do more specific training for that. But because I mix in the longer stuff, which doesn't bother me because I did a lot of faster stuff when I was younger.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm not getting any faster than when I was in my
Yeah,
20s
yeah.
and 30s.
Did you compete in high school and college?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
And you're from the Boston area,
Born in
Cambridge, or-
Boston,
okay.
yeah, and then went to Cambridge Ringe and Latin High
Oh, yeah.
School. So we were always good. The guy that came with me was like a 4:15 miler back when no super shoes or anything. So
Wow.
lots of really fast guys from Cambridge High School and a great coach, Bob McGuire.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So-
yeah. I'm from Needham, Mass.
Oh, yeah,
So yeah, and
Small
it's
world.
like a wild scene out there when it
Yeah.
comes to like road club stuff. It's
Yeah.
super deep. And
Yeah,
great
yeah.
and
Boston
a lot of
is
fun
real
history.
strong.
Have you run Boston Marathon or
I did. It
Yeah.
was my worst marathon.
first one?
Because I was like home and I wanted to impress everybody, and I went
Yeah.
out hard. And you know how it's a downhill start. I just paid for it. My quads got thrashed. I think I went out like 1:13 pace the first half, which isn't like super fast, but for me it was.
Yeah.
And then I struggled. I think I ran like 2:42 or something.
Yeah, it's a tough course.
Yeah, I do want to go back and run it.
That'd be awesome. I know one of your teammates, Mario Frioli, I think
Yeah.
he's gearing up for that this year.
Oh yeah, he's super fast,
yeah.
talented runner.
He's awesome. Awesome. Well, thanks for all your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thanks, and rest up, and hope you get a good night of sleep.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Awesome. We'll take these fellas off.
Okay.
Brother Scott Cody, and Kevin Cody, and Keith Cody, and Bobby Cody, and all the fucking Codys.
All right, take care, guys. Thank you. Grab you. Champion. Awesome. Congratulations. Hey, hey. Educators over here.
Oh, educator.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Or at least currently living in San Francisco, California, from Cambridge, Massachusetts. We just had Sam Skeels from Adrian, Michigan, just surpass 100 miles. Got our, I think he's our 6th finisher. Yep, 5th for the men's field. And we are looking at Lisa finishing, let's see, 16:29.
Lisa should be soon, right?
I think she maybe just came through maybe just only 5 minutes ago, so I think probably another 8 to 10 minutes. But yeah, our second place woman, Lisa Kabiles from Richland, Washington.
You're taking that?
She'll
Are you going home?
Coming in.
Oh.
And Heather Huggins in 3rd for the ladies is 2 laps behind Lisa, 83 laps. So 3 laps to go. And so I'd say, let's see what she's averaging per loop. 13, 14, so maybe another 40-ish minutes or so.
All right.
To get our female podium. A few folks still tuning in at this late hour.
Yeah.
What is cool is this will be saved on YouTube, so if you're not tuning in,
absolutely,
then you can always go back and watch. Definitely be cool to get more people to hear Jonah's story and some of his background. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of him in the ultra world in the coming years.
Indeed. Great story, too. Oh, that's yours, too. Man, we're losing. I'm losing all my screens. That's all right. We'll figure it out.
Pretend what?
Oh, so that was me. Sorry, I turned it off. I was trying to get the live because I like to see what's going on in the chat.
So Lisa is on the back stretch right now
of her last loop.
Last loop.
Okay,
yep.
good.
Yeah, yeah. So probably in the next, yes, I'd say 6 to 8
You'll
minutes.
do an interview with her too.
We'll see her come in.
Second place woman. Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, good. So we'll try it. Lisa is within 10 minutes of the finish, and we'll have a chat with her.
Yeah,
Jamil will have a chat with
a
her.
really interesting day. All of a sudden, I feel like she just turned on the jets in the
She really
second
did.
half of the race.
She really
and
did.
started to reel people
That's a
in.
great story. Oh, thank you, Chris. I thought you were going to leave me.
So yeah, I think.
Did I guilt trip him into staying? Sorry. You can leave if you want. I mean, all you have to do tomorrow is go spectate at the Scottish National Games or whatever the hell that is. That thing. I'm sure that's fun. All right. So
for those watching. We've got our top 5 men in through 100 miles. Jonah, Zach, and Pete are our podium. And this is for Jackpot Ultras, this year's 100-mile road national champ.
Alex closed really well.
Yeah, he had a great last lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really made his way up in the field throughout the day. Pete was sprinting it in, which was great to see.
Oh, yeah.
Zach, too, closing hard. Jonah, just a lot of, really, gutsy performances out there today.
And here, great angle on the drone. Again, it's a little misleading as it's aimed up at those buildings, but the runner is coming in that lower area.
Yeah, you can see one of the lights.
Where you see that light, and they're going to come up within the light. So that is Lisa. Lisa is probably, we've misjudged this a couple of times. Peter Chi, thanks for hanging in there. I'm sure you're still hanging in. I know you're a big Lisa fan, but she's going to intersect with the point on the course where the long course meets, and then have about a little over a quarter mile to get it done.
So she's probably got 4 to 5 minutes of her race left. So
just check it in for those of you still on the chat. A gal just came through, I think, in the 48-hour race and said, "Okay, where is the napping place?" Amy Maurer, where is the napping place? Love it. Thank you. Good stuff.
Not too many races. They get to take a nap.
You got to have the napping place. And, this is a Aravaipa race. I'm sure there's a napping place.
They even have a napping policy, a 3-hour.
They have a napping policy.
3-hour napping limit.
I want to know who wakes them up. Who's the waker-upper?
Is that policy enforced?
Who enforces the napping policy? Because that would depend a lot on whether it's actually enforceable.
Just tip them out.
Yeah.
Cot tipping. New form of cow tipping.
Oh, close.
Peter sticking around to see Lisa cross the finish line. Yep, they should be in the next, I'd say, let's see. Area 15.
Peter, thanks for joining us. And yes, indeed, Lisa is
probably 3 minutes or so.
She's going to go by these little lighted pavilions, as you see. Yeah. Okay, but it does look. We're not sure this is Lisa, but I'm thinking it's Lisa. I'm gonna overrule Bryce and say it's her.
We'll pretend it's her.
Yeah. And if it's not, we're gonna cheer for whoever it is that looks like Lisa. Yay! Go team in training.
Well, I don't think it's the runner in the.
I mean, it's not Heather. It's not Sally. It's not a 48-hour runner who decided to call it early.
Yeah, no, I think that's Lisa.
Yeah.
All right,
here we go. Our second place woman
100-mile road national champs.
Again, we called it out yesterday. 7:44 in the 50-miler here in 2021. 40 years old. Been running with a great deal of enthusiasm all afternoon and evening. Yeah!
Here you go, Lisa.
Anyway, Lisa! Got it done.
Woo! Awesome. All right.
Okay, sure.
Chicken suck.
Okay. Chicken broth.
Congratulations.
Oh my gosh! Oh! I'm asking for ice. My legs are so bad.
Whereas, like, I've seen.
It's really emotional. Last year I was supposed to come.
Yeah.
And I got COVID 6 days. He gave me, he happened to give me COVID Monday of race week. So I couldn't come. And thank you. And so it's really emotional because it's also super emotional because my friend Brittany, she is had her first dose of chemo today at the very same start time. Thank you, Sally. The very same exact start time as our race. So it's just like really lonely. But I wanna, my 3 kids, Kyle, Kaylin, and Koa, are like my amazing, the best supporters ever, and my parents for being Connie Scoutville. And I couldn't do it without my running group, Runners of this Age, Dana Easterly, Chris Albertson, Troy Hassler. There's so many people I need to thank. Raquel Sampson, thank you for Ironman training with me and always helping me. But most of all, I want to thank God because He has blessed me so much. I almost died in 2010 of sepsis, and He got me pregnant with my little girl when she healed me. So my Y is Kaylani. Kaylani, I love you so much, and I love all of you kids. But Kaylani, you know, I wouldn't be here without you. I love you. I love you guys. I love you, Koa, Kaylani, and Kaya.
Congrats.
Thank you.
This is a bean and cheese and tortilla.
Thank you.
Some soup?
Yeah.
Get warm.
So.
Lee, did you check in the medical?
Is it ice? Yeah. I can't really think right now. I'm overwhelmed.
How'd your race play out overall?
It was really good. I started out fast, which I've never negative split an ultra. I definitely, I went out fast, but that's how I race. In ultras, or 100 milers. It was a really big PR for me. My first 100 miler was 21 and a half hours, and 113 and a heat. I was like one of 7. There was 100 signed up originally. But
Congratulations!
There was, I was one of 7 finishers, and I got second overall.
Wow.
So that was I was really thankful for Sierra. We've helped kind of. Are you feeling better? I was able to help reel her in.
Yeah, she wanted to be here. I think she's like getting drug tested right now.
Yeah, I figured she was. So yeah, we were
They
both
pulled her
laughing.
in there pretty quick.
We were both laughing about that, and we were both looking forward to it. But yeah, Sierra was amazing. I think we've become fast friends, and I think I'm going to hopefully pace her in Bear 100, and she's going to come out and do one of my Badger 100, which is it's not the Badger you're probably thinking of. It's it's the only ultra 100 miler in Eastern Washington, and it's not very well known, but it's an amazing race with 16,000 feet of vert. So I'm actually, God willing, I'm going to do it 3 weeks later. But I'm also incredibly thankful for my physical therapist and Dr. West and Cadillac Northwest Orthopedics, and my functional medicine doctor, Dr. Smith. They've really worked with me. I actually have a 60% tear in my labrum. So Dr. Smith was amazing. He gave me some injections, and I had a couple corticosteroid injections with Dr. West.
Congrats.
Thank you.
In the studio, and we've got Heather with 2 laps to go to round out the women's podium.
Yeah, I think at this point it's it's in all likelihood, barring something absolutely crazy happening, Heather Huggins is going to be our third
I think
place
she's
finisher.
pretty safe. Yeah, Sally has kind of put some time into her over the last several hours, but
if you've watched Sally, she's just kind of out having fun at this point.
She didn't come in with any, I don't think, in performance.
Apparently, she didn't even realize it was a
national
championship race.
Yeah.
But yeah,
surprise, surprise.
Yeah, congratulations to Lisa Kabiles for her second place finish at the Jackpot 2023, and I don't know if you caught it the same way I did, but. She's got a heck of a robust race schedule coming up this year, too. What is it with these people that are running, this 100-mile U.S. championship? And each of them seem to have, another 400 or 500 milers on their plate so far, for the rest of 2023. That's a lot of racing that a lot of these people are putting themselves through.
It is, yeah. I mean, it can go. Yeah, I mean, some people just, in some ways, each race carries you kind of in the next race. Definitely heard people talk about it in that regard of, they're like, I barely have time to train. It's just a race and then the next race. But, yeah, pretty wild. So just a reminder, we've been going on the live stream for close to, 17 hours at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to, I think, be signing off after our women's podium comes through. But yeah, live tracking will still be available to follow runners. I think Aravaipa social media, I'm sure, will have, some posts throughout the rest of the weekend. So definitely, still tune in, or if you're local, come on down, and you can cheer on runners right here.
Race day registration tomorrow.
And race day registration.
If you want to be a part of the Jackpot Ultras. We can't
6
act as if that hasn't
12
happened.
hours.
It sounds like that's how some of these people.
If you're planning to do a long run tomorrow, you may as well just do it as part of the 6 hour.
Absolutely. Get
Have
yourself
some
a nice
free aid, free support.
30, 40 miles.
Why not?
Yeah, you can absolutely come out here and get it done that way.
Well, it's been an exciting day for us here. A number of different stories that have unfolded. Are there any that you've been kind of excited by more than others, or?
I've had fun just kind of watching. One of the things I loved following actually were 2 of the runners that have completed the race. Lisa and then Pete Costello, they both kind of worked their way up through the ranks. Like at the 50-mile mark for each of their respective races, they were both in the 5, 6, 7 range in terms of placement at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And as other people were going through some problem solving and dealing with some difficulties, those 2 just managed to chip away here and there at the leaderboards, and lo and behold, they found themselves getting onto the leaderboard later in the race and maintain their positions. So I think that's actually pretty interesting to me. So
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of different styles of racing amongst the competitors today, and I think they had a similar approach, and it was fun to see some of the comments with Lisa of, watch out, she's coming back. she's turning on the jets.
Yeah, it is definitely
So-
interesting to see how many like events some of these people have planned for the rest of the year. It's it's not just a couple of people that have these wild-eyed goals. It apparently is widespread amongst
Yeah.
the fixed time community.
Well, we saw some of the number of results on the list. I mean, 370 plus results for what is her name? One of our female runners, Van Van, 370 results on ultra sign
Yeah,
up.
she comes out to Arizona and runs on a fairly regular basis too.
I mean, Pam Reed, who wasn't here, but 200 plus results, like pretty wild.
So Pam is, I guess, doing some sort of like snowshoe or dog mushing 100-miler
so
next
maybe
week.
running in the desert did not make sense.
And
given those
another person
conditions.
who's got a high volume year, of course, Pam, I believe, was out at Black Canyon, and she's also going to be. She ran Copper Corridor 50K last weekend, I know,
Yep.
and she's got
Western
States Hard Rock. But apparently there's also like a race in between that she's doing too.
Okay, and I think maybe UTMB if she qualifies, like if she gets, or so I've heard. Like I think she's looking to get into UTMB as well.
Or maybe it was Badwater that she's doing along with those races. I mean, it's just,
busy
wow.
calendar. I'll keep you training.
A very robust calendar. You want to jump in here?
We got just one more finisher, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I think it's
we
gonna.
we can pull the car into the garage.
We got to talk about the Octogenarians.
Oh, we have. Not in the last few minutes, but let's take a look at the pull the car into the garage. Edward Rousseau of Minnesota, currently leading in the 80 to 84 age group. For those who are just tuning in, we have a fairly large contingent of 80 plus runners, 80-year-old plus runners here at this event, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can approach the USATF 80 to 84 record, which is 32 hours 7 minutes. And last I checked, a few of them, at least 3 of them, were tracking ahead of that pace by a substantial margin. So, Edward Rousseau is 60 miles in. Oh wow, Edward Rousseau is 60. He's at the 100K mark. In 1645 or 1655, that's a thing.
That's insane.
Yeah, at the age of 83, he's out here, 100K into a race, and
Most people are dead.
David's
He's not dead.
right on his tail.
David
2 laps
Blaylock
back.
at the age of 80 is 57 miles into his 100-mile attempt.
Here comes Heather. So you'll see up on our screen, Heather's coming into the picture. One lap to go.
One
lap.
more?
Yeah, one more. Woo! Way to go, Heather!
That's how they trust us.
Yep.
Well, word doesn't get around.
Do you think Jonah would have told them? Or whoever we lied to.
Oh, Jonah.
Jonah, we lied to Jonah.
That was you,
Yeah,
Andy.
don't you put that evil on me, Bobby Boucher.
What was that?
I said, don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
Ian Madison is at about the 50-mile mark. It's 16:52. Todd Lee is at 16:49 and about the same mark. Dennis Traficante at the age of 80 is 47 and change in at the 16:36 mark. So, looking at Edward Rousseau's paces at this point, if he's at 17 hours and he's at the 100K mark, he could be looking at about a potential 29-hour finish for the 100-mile, which would lop about 3 hours off of the previous record. That would be impressive.
Pretty crazy when you're talking records and 3 hours
Yes.
off in the same sentence. That's a big dent.
Absolutely.
Nice work, Sally.
But that's
Sally
one of the
just
things
came through 83 loops, which will bring her to what, 96.48.
So Sally's
just
going to finish
about a
like well under
5K to go. 3 laps.
Sally will finish well under 18.
Definitely.
Or 18 hours for the 100-mile. A little bit further down, we have our first 5 men, and then sixth place male right now. Andrew Glaze has passed Sumner Jones. I was not aware of that. He is slid up into
yeah, it looks like maybe by
6th place.
7 minutes or so, 8 minutes that he's moved up on Sumner. So, yeah, we'll have Heather coming in around 10-ish minutes. I would suspect, or around 17:10, 17:11. We'll try to get a finish interview of her, and then we'll be closing out the night. We've been going all day.
I'm going to conduct the interview out there when
Bryce is flying.
he's killing it. When Heather comes in, do you want to conduct the interview with Jamel out there and ask the questions?
She can come in here. We'll get her in here if that works. If she wants to. If she wants to.
Get this off the court.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there's our man Andrew Glaze,
hanging
still
out
shirtless.
This soup, or is that coffee, or?
No, this is Patty's soup.
Oh, okay. I asked AJW, do you want to come in and close up shop here in the interview? Or in the this side? No. Oh, do you want to conduct the interview? No.
It's been a long day.
You are.
He's providing
support, moral support.
Moral support of some sort. But
he's
thanks
being
to
an
everyone
athletic
who's
supporter today.
tuned in. We've been the 32 of you still watching. We love you. We appreciate you.
Sitting there, and all of a sudden, all the technology is being taken away.
Oh.
And I realized, Warden's going home. Like, no.
I'm catching grief for having packed up my computer.
I was like, I have nothing to look at. What am I going to do? Payback's a bitch, bro.
Our 6-hour night start will be finishing, I guess, at 2 a. Or wait, 6. Oh no, they're done.
They're
finished
done.
midnight.
I think that
Math.
yes,
finished.
And in the 6 hour, this was the first of several, I guess, heats or
40 miles, very respectable.
Yeah,
for
Sean Greener Jr. is leading on the men's side for 40.14 miles. And Jenny Picker is the female leader with 23.09 at the 6 hour. In the 12 hour that is still active, let's see, on the men's side, PJ Pathalski is at 34.645 miles. And on the women's side, the leader is Karen Volan with 23.09 .09 miles at this point into the race. They're about 6.5 hours in, just under, actually 7 hours in. So they've got about 5 hours to go. Looking at our numbers on the
movement there.
48 hours, we've got BB at the top, is 92 plus miles in at the 17:01 mark, and he's going to maintain that if he's feeling it, and it's pretty crazy because like very early on he didn't seem like he was moving very quickly at all, and now he seems to have been picking up the pace, and he could be on pace for well beyond 200 miles in the 48 hours. Don Reichelt is second, just over 87.5 miles. On the men's side, Jeff Garmeyer is in third, and he's just over 85 miles. On the women's side, Rachel Entrekin is in first. She actually is running side by side with Jeff Garmeyer, so they are both at 85, just over 85. Amy Maurer is second at 76.22 miles.
She just came through for a nap, right?
Yes, she was looking to find where the sleepy quiet spot is, so she might be going down for a nap for a little bit.
And shout out to Rachel for putting up with Jeff for all this.
Yeah, they're like side by side, that's 17 hours.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
And they still have 31 to go.
It's true.
All right, we've got the eye in the sky looking at Heather closing out her last maybe half a mile or so of the course, going into the dark stretch here.
Yeah, she's on the far side of the course from us right now.
So yeah, usually, right around 5 minutes or so. So I think we can expect her coming in around 17:11. Which, yeah, I wonder how this stacks up in terms of her performances coming into this race. Maybe we can pull some of that up.
Got a view into how the sausage is made. Just unplug it and plug it back in.
She won Leona Divide back in 2021. Wow, won a bunch.
Had a first at Born to Run 30 miler last year. Top 5 at Sean O'Brien 100K. As you mentioned, won Leona Divide 100K in 2021. Oh, they pushed Leona Divide late that year.
Yeah.
Normally it's in
wow.
April, and it was run in November. 6th place at Cuyamaca in 2019. A lot of respectable results.
So this will be her second? She did Kodiak 100. Has she done other hundreds earlier?
Yeah, second in Kodiak in 2019.
Oh, Javelina, wow.
Had a top 10 finish at Javelina 100 2016.
This would be a huge PR if that's her current PR.
That would mean I raced against her that year, and that would mean she beat me.
Wow, so yeah, Javelina 100 2016 in 23 hours. She's about to come through in around 17:11 or so. So 6 hours off for 100-mile best. Not too shabby.
Yeah, that's
in
pretty
a third
excellent.
place in the National Road 100-mile championships. Not a
And
bad
that's
day
age
at
of
the
49,
job.
which would mean that 2 of the 3 top women were Masters class, and 1 of the top 3 men was Master class as well, meaning winner Jonah Backstrom, who turns 50 later this year. And on the women's side, behind women's winner Sierra DeGroff, both Lisa Kabilas and Heather Huggins are both Masters class athletes. So, and now we see a shot from our drone pilot The
She
incomparable
looks like
Bryce
she's
Brooks.
moving fast.
She wants to be done.
Yeah. So we'll see her in the next.
It's gonna be just a few
minute
moments,
or so.
yeah.
Well, good. Make sure to give her some energy as she comes in. She's moving well. Way to go, Heather! Woo woo! All right, here she makes her way up the final stretch up the hill. Our women's third place 100-mile championships. Woo-hoo!
100-mile finisher.
Nice work. Good job.
Good job, Heather.
Good job, Heather.
Nice job.
I'm gonna fall.
Okay,
I'm gonna fall.
Over here. Here, put your jacket on.
Stop my watch.
Stop your watch. Stop your watch. Here you go. Here, put this on.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Awesome.
Congrats
That
to
was
you.
a hard course, but all that pavement for me was
Holy
so hard.
cow, I know. My legs are
so bad.
Thanks.
Yeah, they've
My
never hurt.
legs are displeased.
Yes, they've never hurt so bad versus like a trail runner.
Oh my goodness, thanks guys.
You did amazing. How did you find that other gear?
Sally.
Running scared.
Yeah. So, I mean, Sally's really strong. So I was like, well, I don't know. I can't just pitter patter away up every little hill. She's going to catch me if I keep doing that. Good job.
Yeah, you really rallied. That was amazing.
That's good. I was a little worried for a while.
You had a bunch of the fastest laps for the win.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should run faster.
You were pretty dead.
I was dead. I'm kidding. I was not going any faster.
So red vines for the win.
Yeah. How's that?
That's your secret
Right?
weapon.
Do I have
Secret
red
weapon.
vines in my teeth? Yeah.
Do you have any in your bra?
No. The last time I did that, my skin was stained red for days. So I found the red vine. This is too much information. I found them like many hours later. I was like, oh, what's that? And they were perfectly soft. My skin was all red.
Tripping on lactic acid and red vines.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to start using red vines now.
They're good. They don't bother my stomach. It's good stuff. Good job. Nice.
Yeah, that was amazing.
You got under 17:10.
I know.
I know. I was pushing the last little bit. Yeah. Might as well try. I wanted to go under 17, but it's okay. How are you?
Doing great.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
How'd it go for you? Good?
Yeah, you know, ups and downs, for sure. But these guys are like,
They're your cheerleaders.
red vine. Joe, red vine.
Went to the store and made a panic buy of red vines because I was afraid you were going to
Yeah,
run
I
out.
probably would have because the last.
You went to the last of the ones you brought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Did you guys have to open any bags? Oh, okay.
No, you actually perfectly planned the red vines.
I've done it before.
Heather, I want you to take some calories in now.
Okay.
That was awesome. Everybody on this, people are still up on the snail chat, watching you.
Thanks. I was like so impressed at your beginning. I was like, this girl's freaking flying. I was just like, wow. I went too fast. I think I went fast. I think we all went fast.
I knew I was going to.
back. So that was Heather.
Heather Huggins.
Heather Huggins from Monrovia, California, our third place finisher in the 100-mile road national championships. And yeah, rounding out our podium for the women. So with that, I think we are going to be closing off this live stream. We've been going for 17 plus hours at this point.
We started 30 minutes before the start
30
of
minutes
the race.
before, so 17:45. You know, that's maybe some sort of PR.
It's a full day's work. I'm totally cool with saying that we did a full day's work on that.
Yep. Well, thank you everyone who has joined us. Yeah, it's been a real pleasure to be able to have this opportunity to share this experience with all of you and get to cover so many amazing athletes out there on the course today. Yeah, we hope if you tuned in, maybe you'll come run with us next year. But yeah, what do you have to say, Chris? Closing words.
This will bring in once again, congratulations to the top 3 men and top 3 women on the women's side: Sierra DeGroff, Lisa Kabilas, Heather Huggins. On the men's side, Jonah Backstrom, Zach Marin, and Pete Kostelnik. And the race, our coverage of the USATF 100-mile championship draws to a close, but this is not the end of the race. You can follow along with the remaining competitors and see how they perform at the myraceresult.com link at the top of the chat. And we will have Aravaipa social media people post links to some of our other information, and maybe you can check to see how your favorite runners are doing. And even still, if you wanted to run and register tomorrow, you can still jump in tomorrow morning. So
I think we're done.
We're done?
Did you end it before were we just rambling? Oh.